Skippy. Good Mountain Dew Zero, so we are good to go. We will call the meeting of the Governance, Evaluation, Human Resources Committee to order. Roll call. Regent Kramer's here. Regent Jaden? Here. Regent Rouse?
Here.
And then we'll begin with approval of the minutes from the April 22nd meeting. Any changes? Seeing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. And then next we have the consent agenda, which includes 5 policy manual revisions for a second and final reading. These revisions were presented for a reading at the April meeting, and no changes have been made. Any questions on those or on the consent agenda? Regent Dunkel?
Thank you. Could we pull out the one on the revisions to the policy manual?
Academic
Yes.
review?
Yeah.
You know what we'll do, if you're okay, we will leave it in the governance committee, if the governance committee is okay with it, and we'll pull it out tomorrow when the whole board votes.
Okay.
Does that be all right?
Good.
And we can discuss it a little more too.
Okay.
That'd be great. Anything else? Okay. No objections, then the committee will recommend approval by general consent. Next, we have the salary policies for fiscal year 27, and Chief Operating Officer Carol Ann Jensen will present.
Good morning. For FY27, we are asking for board approval to direct the universities in the board office to develop salary policies for all non-organized faculty and staff, with the policies created in consultation with the executive director and board leadership with final approval by the executive director. For organized faculty and staff, authorize each institution and the board office to develop discretionary salary policies in addition to the terms outlined in their respective collective bargaining agreements. Approve a 2% increase to the pay grade minimums for the Regent Merit System pay plan and a 3% increase to the pay grades for the Merit Public Safety exempt pay plan effective July 1. And that is attachment A. And approve an additional merit increase of 1% up to 2%.
All right, any questions about that? All right, if no objections, then the committee will recommend approval by general consent. Next up is the University of Iowa Division of Student Life Merit Staff Meal Plan. Is that right, or I skipped one? I skipped one. Personnel appointments, yeah, personnel appointments. And Carol Ann?
Yep. Iowa Code 262.9 subsection 2 requires the board to annually appoint institutional secretaries and treasurers. Before you today are the appointments of secretary and treasurers for each university, as well as the appointment of a faculty ombudsperson at the University of Iowa and the board office chief efficiency officer.
Okay. Any questions on that one? All right, seeing none, if no objections, the committee will recommend approval by general consent, and we'll move on to student insurance rates.
The universities are requesting approval of the student health and dental insurance premium rates for the 26-27 academic year, as outlined in the docket memo. I take any questions?
All right, any questions on that? Seeing none, the committee will recommend approval by general consent. Now we have the policy manual revisions where we have 3 of them, and Carol Ann will present on these as well.
Yeah, it's my show for a little bit, sorry. The first revision in Chapter 2.1, Human Resources, is presented for a second and final reading. The proposed policy adds a regents to search committees for provosts, vice presidents, and direct reports to the university president. Following the first reading, the policy was revised to make the regent representative a non-voting member of the committee.
Yeah, so this was changed a little bit from last time to being the non-voting member. That we received some feedback, from faculty about this, but I feel like this is not the concern was, do we not trust the presidents to make these choices? And the answer is yes, and the presidents will continue to make these choices. We felt like it's actually giving a little cover to the presidents as well to make sure there's no surprises, that the board is aware through the whole process, knows what's going on, and that they're getting the best pool of candidates to choose from. So, any questions or comments on that one? Yes, Regent Hensley.
Thank you. So how many are actually on the committee? And I understand what you're saying about maybe some of the comments after to make it non-voting, but I would still question why it's non-voting versus voting.
Okay, Mark, Braun?
Typically in these searches, there aren't votes that are taken by the search committee. It's done by general consensus. And so by saying a voting member, it implied that there were votes where votes were not taken. So it was just to clean up the language a little bit. They still have our same full search committee member.
And so they still have the opportunity to participate in all the discussion, even though
Absolutely.
they're considered ex officio.
They're not ex officio.
They're non-voting.
They are, the committees don't vote.
Okay.
So they're a full member of the committee, they're not ex officio. It's just cleaning up the language that had the implication that votes were taken or none were taken.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you.
Typically, does the search committee present just one person to the president, or do they submit, the top few?
Top few,
Yeah.
usually.
Yeah, Regent Jaden.
Yeah, am I on? Oh, I can't hear myself, but, I think this is I think, best practice. I think also I would believe it's very similar to what the universities do with next level reviews for that anyway. So to our point, it's to give some cover, and I leave it at that.
Okay. Any other questions? And then you had more in this same group, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Purchasing, the second revision in chapter 2.2.6, purchasing is presented for a first reading. The proposed revisions update purchasing and procurement thresholds that have remained largely unchanged for many years and no longer reflect current market conditions, inflationary impacts, or contemporary procurement practices. A second and final reading will be presented to the board at the July meeting.
Okay. Any questions on that? All right. How about the last one?
The third revision is presented for first and final reading and updates the policy manual to reflect legislation enacted during the 26th legislative session.
Okay. Any questions? All right. So that's it for policy changes. And if no objections, then we will recommend those for approval to by general consent. How about University of Iowa Division of Student Life Merit Staff Meal Plan?
The University of Iowa is requesting approval to make its Division of Student Life Merit Staff Plan a permanent program. Since May 23, the university has piloted, you know what I mean.
Or piloted.
The program within the division for eligible university housing and dining merit employees. The program provides participating employees with up to 75 meals annually. It is cost neutral and does not increase food production or labor costs. During the pilot, approximately 80% of eligible employees participated.
All right. Any questions on that one? All right. Seeing none, committee will recommend that one for approval by general consent. And then we have red tape review. And Board Counsel Amy Clays will present.
Thank you, President Kramer. Good morning. The Board Office requests authorization to submit proposed changes to the Board's administrative rules as adopted and filed. These amendments are made pursuant to Executive Order 10, which is also referred to as red tape review. There are only material changes from the first reading are related to legislative changes that recently occurred. This includes the elimination of college-bound images, programmatic language, as well as updates related to affirmative action. Be happy to entertain any questions.
Any questions on that one? All right. Seeing no objections, the committee will recommend for approval by general consent. Well, boy, after that hard work, 15 minutes, we're going to, the business of the Governance, Evaluation, and Human Resources Committee has concluded. The meeting is adjourned. We're actually going to now go to our ward's lunch and come back after that. So thanks, everybody.
Seeing none, these minutes are now approved by general consent. Our second agenda item is the Register of University of Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions, which has 6 capital projects. Rod Leonards will present. Rod?
Thank you, Regent Jaden and committee members. I will go through all 6, and if you'd like to ask any questions along the way. I do also want to point out that we have guests here with us today. Athletic Director Beth Getz is here. We have a couple of projects from athletics, and also our UIHC CEO Brad Hawes is here, as we have a couple of projects. If you have questions for me or for them, we're certainly glad to answer them. I'll run through the projects. The first of the 6 is a permission to proceed with planning for Carver Hawkeye Arena, modernize the building. The building is now over 40 years old. I will say, as university architect, we're proud on this great campus to have this as our first AIA National Design Award-winning building, so it was an important building in 1983, and it has been for athletics and the university since then. But as you can imagine, in that 40-year span, it is time to modernize the building and also address the needs of our patrons, the fans that come and experience it both for athletics and university events. We are asking for permission to advance project planning, engage the consultant team on a project we're ranging in cost at $50 to $70 million. That cost and its scope will range with the fundraising efforts by the athletic department and the university. As is indicated, the building serves a wide range, and including athletics administration, wide range of sports, including men's and women's basketball, men's and women's wrestling, and gymnastics. We also have university events, concerts, commencements, and others that occur within the building. I am often asked as we start this project, the description is very clear. Part of this is about fan amenities and experience at these games, and as it mentions, also fan comfort. We will, as a part of the design process for this project, we'll be designing and exploring the options for effective cooling of the building. It is a building that was green before its time, built into a ravine 40 years ago. The main bowl of this almost 15,000 seat arena does not have air conditioning, and we've had an increasing number of instances when we wish it did. So we are going to be working on that as a part of the design process as well. But a great and exciting project for us. We expect to make it better, and still also a special part of our campus. I do want to point out also, we are requesting the board to approve use of construction manager at-risk delivery method. We are at the University of Iowa very careful and scrutinize when it is that it is right for us to use CM at risk. 2 recent examples would be the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics North Liberty project, a project primarily driven toward that model of delivery because of its size, and the other one more recently, the Health Science Academic Building, which was also a very large project, but one that had several phases and moved in academic units at different times. In this case, this is a large project, certainly, but it's more based on the complications of phasing related to this project. All of those sports I mentioned are going to continue to compete and host other teams and all of those fans, and so the phasing between those seasons and between even events going on will be very important, and the constructability of this project and planning that, early procurement of materials, drive us after our assessment to make this one of those projects we would deliver by construction manager at risk.
Rod?
Yes, please.
So as you think of, so a couple questions.
Yes.
One, as you think about scope, how does this bring the facility up to comparison with your peer group?
Yeah, and I hesitate to go too far before I want Beth to have a chance to talk about this, but I can tell you from the information Beth has provided us and her team has provided us, we are either we're either the oldest arena or the last arena to update in the Big Ten. There are older, all of them have been modified and modernized, or they are younger, actually considerably younger than Carver Hawkeye Arena's 40 years. that we know when that building was built in the 80s, it was prior to ADA and accessibility concerns. That has been a long-standing challenge for us. It is also a building that has almost, by today's standards, no food service or space for fans to have refreshments and others by today's standards. Revenue generation is obviously an important part of this project and any project for our auxiliaries and especially athletics. And it was built shortly before the industry began to see premium seating, clubs, those kinds of spaces. We have virtually none of that offered in Carver Hawkeye Arena, and it's important for the future of those teams in the athletic department. I'll tilt my head a little to see if Beth has anything to add, and you certainly can right there, Beth.
I think you summarized that very well. So a combination of preservation needs for the older facility, but also the opportunity to modernize it in a way that allows for revenue generation, and all of those things will benefit not only our fans in athletics, but for all of our events, commencement, and other opportunities we may have down the road.
Great. So maybe could you talk high-level time frame? So if you think about this, fundraising time, and what you think or know about time to the end of this. Are we talking 5 years, 3, 8? How should I think about that?
I think, and again, Beth will want to share hers because her team has been working hard on the fundraising already. We wouldn't have delivered this to you as a permission to proceed without progress on that front, but I would see it as quicker than that. Typically, if we're getting into a design project of this scale, within the year, we have the design and we're ready to go. And then it's a matter of coordination with the athletic department on timing for their sports. Beth?
Yeah, I would just add, we wanted to ensure that we were in a good place in terms of our fundraising efforts, since this will be philanthropically supported, and before we had an opportunity to bring it to you all. So we're significantly down that path. We're already north of 40 million in written commitments towards the project. So we feel like we're in a good place there. And as we continue to coordinate with Rod and his team, we're hopeful that timeline will be shorter rather than down the road a few years.
Outstanding. And
Yeah,
just,
and in fact, we're intending upon your approval, we would go out for solicitation for consultants starting as early as next week.
outstanding. And just so everyone's clear, this is 100% donor funded, no university funds, despite using that facility for a number of events that are not athletic. Is that correct?
Well, we owe you, at the time of the budget, the full explanation of all funds,
Right.
gifts and otherwise that will go to this, gifts, departmental revenue, if there are central funds. I can tell you that our needs for the arena in non-sport times, because those sports that I mentioned are all winter sports, the other university needs for this could mean, as we assess this, that there could be university fund benefit in sharing in the costs related to something like air conditioning or cooling the building.
Thank you.
As a side note, many of you know David Young. You know, he was our congressman from Des Moines area for a few years. He and I were best friends at Johnston. He introduced Johnston to this new band in 1984 called U2. And so I came to Carver Hawkeye in 1987 and saw that U2 concert. And I thought of that the other day, and I pulled it up online, and you can get the whole playlist and everything is, you know, so, but good memories.
Yeah, a lot of good memories in that arena, that's for sure. Other questions? Okay, I'll go to project number 2, project description and budget for our field hockey project, another project supported by and for our athletic department. As is requested, this 8,400 square foot new facility for our field hockey team, a nationally recognized, historically powerful and successful field hockey team. This would be a project, as you can see, asking for approval of an $8.7 million project, all donor gifts. It's been a very successful, thanks to that team, very successful fundraising campaign, and a project we certainly look forward to. This would be one that we would advance post-haste through the end of design and bidding the project upon your approval. This would be delivered by standard design bid build method. You've got renderings of that facility as well. It's similar to, built on the notions of what we did in the adjacent stadium setting for our soccer team, which received gifts that led to a similar project for them a few years ago.
Any questions? Nope. Keep going, Rob.
Okay. Project number 3, the Tippie College of Business facility expansion and modernization. First, thank you to our board members and for your visit this morning to the Tippie courtyard and Amy K. Brown's great introduction to that project. We're very proud of how that project has advanced and what it does in the context of right-sizing a campus using a 1910 College of Law building, making the most of those more than 40,000 square feet, and then making the building, the Papa John Business Building, modernized for today and tomorrow's students. We were really glad to have you there. We are requesting, in this case, a project budget of $65 million. This project would be a combination primarily of private gifts to the Tippie College of Business, also Tippie College revenues and reserves, and Central University funding, which is really dedicated to a good part of the deferred maintenance buy down on this. We are reducing deferred maintenance in that 1910 building by its outstanding $10 million. And another thing that we're proud of in advancing this project. The fundraising, as is indicated in your docket information, indicates that 89% of the gift dollars are fully committed. Since we published this and before our tour, that number has grown to over 90%. So again, a successful effort on that front as we move forward. They're simply waiting for the space to be emptied in Gilmore for this project to be started later this fall. And in context, that project will happen because of the art building, which you've all approved. As that's finished, the Graduate College will move out of Gilmore Hall and make the building available for the Tippie renovations. It's a project that would include roughly 28,000 square foot addition in the courtyard patio area of Papa John and roughly 40,000 square feet of renovated space within Gilmore and another 10,000 square feet of modernized renovated space within the Papa John Business Building itself. Again, we answered some questions today, but I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have here.
Anybody questions? I have one that's a bit unfair on this, and it's a challenge to you guys.
Sure.
I know this doesn't fit under our new deferred maintenance policy, but it would be outstanding if the University of Iowa could find a way to lead with this building and expansion, to find a way to set up a maintenance endowment in line with that policy.
Yeah,
so it's a challenge, not a request or a requirement.
So just pulled the microphone closer to me to answer your question. First, the littlest bit of background. Over the last 20 years, we have been endowing at 1.5% for new additional square footage on campus. Tippie's project is part of that program. That 28,000 will be responsible for a 1.5. I have also talked to our CFO, Terry Johnson, who said in the context of your question and in our leading on that front, the additional 1% to get to the soon-to-be-approved procedure for endowment can be accommodated. And if the board would prefer we do that, we will do that.
And that's great. And maybe you did, but I didn't catch it. Tell a little bit about the getting rid of the deferred maintenance, how this is really a great use of existing space.
Yeah, as Dean Brown mentioned, in the early stages of this, understanding they were short of space, we explored a new building, and it would have been positioned across the street on Clinton Street. Those efforts resulted in a project that would have been roughly $120 million, a staggering number for a fundraising project, and to the point of right-sizing a campus, an additional building that we would have to care for forever. After considerable conversation with the dean and with donors and others, we came to this really fits-like-a-glove solution to take the 40,000 square foot of Gilmore, make it available, eliminate the 10 million square feet, or the $10 million of backlog deferred maintenance in that building, and make it part of this project, to the point where the university is also helping to fund that portion of the project. So it is a sort of a marriage of those two great things. It gives donors excitement about a new, better utilization of that patio for the things they are short on. As Dean Christoph Brown mentioned, we have doubled in the number of students and the number of programs associated with the Tippie College of Business since the original Papa John Business Building was built in 1994. We pointed out today, just a few years ago, we started an insurance and risk management program. It is now the third largest program in the country. So the growth in the Tippie College of Business calls for more square feet in a unique way, but we're doing it in a way that still stays true to ridding ourselves of deferred maintenance and right-sizing the campus.
Yeah, great job on that. I mean, that is a great example of what we can all do in all of our universities to right size. Yeah, good job.
All right, our next project, and again, as I mentioned, Brad Hawes is with us in case you have questions on this front. This is a project description and budgets, UI Healthcare, John Colleton Pavilion L5. It's the perioperative recovery expansion. You can see on the floor plan, it's taking advantage of an existing floor of that pavilion, plus some additional square footage in the adjacent Papa John Pavilion to accommodate additional 45 private and post-operative patient rooms, and it actually accounts for future work they will do in modernizing and adding operation space. We've all heard and know of the challenges of capacity at UIHC, especially in the main campus area, this hospital, and this is a big project in the right direction for this. It's a $27 million project. As would be typical, UI Healthcare earnings and equity would advance this project, and we're asking for an approval of the budget and for us to advance construction on the project. And then the next project, number 6, our project description and budget project for UI Healthcare Child Care Center, construct Child Care Center. I think David's pointing out to me, I may have skipped one on you. I did. I'll get it last, which is item number 4, crescendo. It's also related to healthcare. But in this case, construct the Child Care Center. This would be a project will allow us to empty the West Lawn building, which has been slated for raising for a number of years. They currently occupy the daycare in that building, and upon completion of this project, we'll be able to relocate to the new and modernized center. Slight addition in the number of spots to 104 children. This is located south of Melrose Avenue, just really right across from the hospital complex. It's $8.9 million project request, and again, UI Healthcare earnings and equity. We will, in this case, the portion of West Lawn associated with this would eliminate $2.3 million in deferred maintenance to that theme. This would be a design bid build project. The timing on this project is related to 2 facilities that next David will talk about in raising some outdated duplex apartments that sit on the footprint that would be occupied by this building. We have leases in those facilities until July 31st, and upon the end of those leases, not making people leave before the end of the leases, we would raise those and then advance this project. See if there are any questions. And then I'm going to go backwards and do the 4th one, if you don't mind, which is our UI Healthcare Van Buren Street parking ramp replacement. Again, thanks to the board for taking a moment in our tour to drive by and take a look at that ramp in the downtown campus. It is a ramp that has been studied carefully and from a structural perspective does not stand the test of time. We need to replace it for our future patient care needs at the downtown campus. $40 million project. This project will be split in funding between UI Healthcare Earnings and Equity at 60% and UI Parking System Operating Income and Reserves at 40%. We do have a deferred maintenance buy down on this as well. The assessed value of deferred maintenance needs within the existing ramp are $5 million. You can see some of the scope related to the project in addition to 455 stalls within the building, which is a slight increase from what exists there today. I will point out that there are dozens of spaces that are closed for use right now because of some of the concerns in the ramp. But it will also include covered bicycle parking and has pedestrian access across the street to the hospital itself, and also plugs into an existing overhead skywalk system. It is a project that has scheduling challenges, but we're better to do it now as UIHC continues to build up use of that hospital into the future years.
Any questions on that, Robert?
We have had a few conversations about it, and when it came to the cost, we thought the cost per stall, seemed to be on the high side. It was probably in line with some of the parking garages you've done here on campus, but tell us a little bit about some of those contributors, such as post-tension concrete and that kind of thing.
Yeah, there are different kinds of ramps, obviously, that you can do, and we've studied all of them in the context of this and the other projects, and all of the other ramps that we manage. Post-tension cable structure is the intended design for this as opposed to a precast. Part of the reason is maintenance. We've had better success than with the precast, but it's also the site confines. This is in a residential neighborhood, and the difficulty with even getting the truck traffic in and around those homes to get onto this site, very tight staging area, led us to that solution. I'll also say it is in context with and certainly priced roughly the same as the recent ramps we've done on a per stall basis. It's about half as many spaces as the other one, so there's a volume benefit to those two. It was also pointed out we do have, and you can see it in the renderings, an attractive facade of a metal facade. We have regulations at our hospital facilities and our other ramps for safety, for access on each of the floors. The actual premium cost for going to something as basic as like a chain link to this metal is not a big increase in cost. And in many of our locations around a 5 million square foot hospital complex at the Main, we're surrounded by parking, and it would become our context. We've been very careful over the last few decades to make sure that we apply enough architecture in the facades of those to make them contributors to the neighborhood and to those approaching. And in this case, a ramp that is really right in the heart of a residential neighborhood and one that is an important part of Iowa City. And so we felt we wanted to respond visually to those who would visit it, and from a wayfinding perspective to see it and know it as you approach it.
Yeah, that post-tension concrete, as we understand, would last longer. By having it in tension, the salt and stuff doesn't get down in there as quickly, and probably has more cover than maybe precast elements, so I could see how that would work. One question I didn't ask before, but the planning, design, and management, what all does that include? That seems kind of on the high side too, 4.3 million out of 40. What all goes into that?
Well, in this case, and I will say, not to stack the deck, I also have Mike Kearns, the director of design and construction here, and can throw some of the technical from their team working on this. But I do know one of the things that makes this project unique is marrying it into an existing site that has a medical office building as well as the hospital, a skywalk associated with it. And so there was more design effort in putting this together as well as the staging to make sure that we could change other areas of the site to have parking, enough parking, on an interim basis while we were building the parking ramp. And so it is, as you can imagine, a two-phase project. We're going to start with a demolition of an outdated and structurally failing ramp, and then we'll start the project for the ramp itself. Mike may be able to comment a bit on the cost specifically, but I know it's not, quote unquote, just a ramp because of the way we integrate it with the rest of the site. Mike?
Thank you. So as Rod pointed out, the site is a very constrained site and has currently the existing ramp is connected to the medical office building right next door. So we have to decouple those two buildings. So some of those costs are in there, and a lot of that was the investigation cost during design to really understand those structural connections so that we didn't jeopardize the structural integrity or the envelope of ICJ. Another one of the challenges is because we're building on top of the existing ramp foundations, there's a lot of additional geotechnical work and geotechnical design to ensure that the new ramp could either take advantage of whatever existing foundations could be reused, and B, for what couldn't be reused, to make sure we found a structural design that coordinated with the existing foundations. So it's really a lot of those existing site constraints just added to those administrative costs during the design process.
And not unlike the cost of the ramp itself, the volume does end up mattering. The other two comparators are probably a lower cost for design per stall, if you will, or per dollar, but at twice as many spaces. This one's as big as it should be and as big as it can be on that site. It's a very tight site. And so in the end, the cost by percentage of design, it's not that much higher as a cost of design, but by percentage, it is a bit higher.
Peter?
Thank you. I appreciate seeing it this morning. The rust gave me a good visual for it, and I appreciate what you're doing to protect the neighborhood. I think that's very, very important, especially with the relationship with the University of Iowa and the City of Iowa City, no doubt. That's a very good thing. I just think this cost is very high, and how much we've sharpened pencils on this, I don't know. From what some parking structures are in downtown Des Moines, for example, you know, this is quite a bit more. So I understand the constraints, the neighborhood, and the deferred maintenance, no doubt. But I just would like to go on record with that. And I know it looks very good. So I wonder if what were, you know, some costs that I'm familiar with, you know, downtown Des Moines, quite a bit less than this, and they call it in between a Chevy and a Cadillac. And they obviously, I don't think they have these types of issues. But I mean, this is a sizable investment, no doubt. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other comments? All of them, Rod? We get all six?
That's all. I'm going to actually turn it to David to cover the two properties on our raisings.
Okay, so before we do that, so if there are no objections to any of those six proposals, the committee will recommend approval by general consent. Okay, David, do you want to talk about the raisings?
Yeah, we're requesting approval to raise two 1957 slab-on-grade duplex rental properties that the university has owned for quite some time. To make way for the child care project, there's three total buildings that need to be raised. When we acquired 9 Melrose Place a few years ago, that acquisition included already the approval to raise that building. Now we're looking at 10 and 11 and 13, 14 to raise very sort of utilitarian houses that we've had in our rental pool for a number of years. They're simply placeholders for future building opportunities. There's no historic significance at all to them. They're as basic of a rental property. No one is getting terminated from a lease. The leases are naturally ended. We've told the tenants for quite some time that these leases were ending. The university, our campus planning group, looked for probably 2 years for an appropriate site for childcare, and this is the location was chosen. It is directly across the street from the hospital complex. So,
any questions for David?
thank you.
Okay, hearing none, then the committee will recommend approval by general consent. The fourth item agenda is the Register of University of Northern Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions, which has one project. Michael Hager will present.
Thank you. The University of Northern Iowa is presenting the schematic design, project design, and budget for the Commons renovation project. This project first came to the board a year ago at the June 25 meeting for project planning. It was approved by the board at that time. The building is set to house 3 different occupants. The first is our Center for Civic Education that was approved by the board in September of '24. We immediately moved to a search for a director. Dr. Allison Rank, a nationally known researcher and practitioner on civic engagement, was hired in June of '25. By October, the center had received $1.22 million in grant funding from the U.S. Department of Education to fund a 3-year, $1.22 million American History and Civics Education seminars. And out of that, they have created a Iowa Civic Educators Institute focused on 3 different audiences. The first is in-service teacher seminars, which is a 60-hour program for high school social study teachers. The Institute also has a pre-service teacher seminars, which is an intensive 4-week session for UNI social science and history teaching majors. And the third is elementary educators seminars, which provides day-long for pre-service and in-service elementary teachers. So they're covering elementary, high school, and college age for the civic education. So in Allison's first month on the job, she met with a cohort last summer, a cohort of House Republicans that were on the campus, including Representative Collins, and they were all pleased with what they saw. They told us they thought we made a really good hire with Dr. Rank, and she has come out of the gate pretty quickly and doing very good work, and so we concur with that assessment. She will partner, or the Center for Civic Education will partner closely with the second occupant of the building, which is the Grassley Center. As I think many people know, Senator Grassley is an alum of the University of Northern Iowa, may have had a different name when he went there. But 40 years ago, he gifted his Iowa legislature and U.S. House papers to the University of Northern Iowa. And then a couple of years ago, we signed an agreement with him that he is also going to provide us his U.S. Senate papers. And there's a lot of stuff that's not paper, but his materials for when he served in office as well. And then that center will partner closely with the third member that will be in the building, and that's the UNI Foundation. The foundation is the fundraising entity for the University of Northern Iowa. Funding for the facility is about 90% capital appropriations and 10% institutional funds and gifts and grants, with the intention that that 10% be fully funded by the UNI Foundation. About 10 years ago, when we had the Schindler Education Center come before the legislature, we started a process where we provided matching funds to the capital appropriation. And so the foundation at the time was budgeted for 10% on that project. The Applied Engineering Building, which was a capital appropriation, was also the foundation also agreed to 10% there, and then they're also able to provide the 10% here as well. At the same time, the foundation will be fundraising a full endowment for the operating center for the Grassley Institute. The Grassley Center, not Institute, the Grassley Center. I don't believe that dollar amount's been determined yet by the advisory committee. So the building is $33 million. It has about $13 million deferred maintenance that will go away. It was built in 1932. It's 94 years old. Still has single pane windows. Oh, I take that back. The windows are out of the building in one part of it now, so it has no windows in part of the building right now. You can see the schematic design booklet ahead of you there in the next few pages. It gives the floor plans and the renderings. We intend to use design, bid, build for the delivery method. Be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Regent Hensley.
Question, let's talk about the funding process, because it indicates in the document that you've got 2 years of hopefully state appropriations. How will that work if you're not successful in securing the state appropriations? Is this going to be phased in? So you're going to go, you'll start the plan and design right now, but then will you start construction? And is it a phase-in process just in case you don't get the appropriations?
I will give a brief answer. I would defer to anybody else that's been around a little longer than me. I don't think there's too many in the room that fall into that category. My understanding then is we were given $1 million this year for planning. We've been doing the planning on that. The next stage, if the board approves, is to move to design development and then construction documents, and then to the construction contract. I am not aware of a time where the legislature has stopped funding a project for the Regents midstream. We were given $6 million for 27 for moving forward. There is one project at another institution that they were told up front they wouldn't give the whole amount, but that was an upfront adjustment. I'm not aware that they've ever withheld funding, and we received the $6 million for next year, so we would anticipate it going through. there's an implied contract, I think, between the Regents and the legislature when they do the capital appropriations. Back in the day, they used to do academic revenue bonds for academic buildings, and then they would issue, to this day, they still issue replacement dollars every year for those academic bonds. The current sentiment in the legislature is not to issue bonds, but to fund outright over a 2, 3, or 4-year window.
Okay, and so this project is scheduled to be done in '29, and that's after Senator Grassley will be out of office.
I think it'll be done closer to 28. We may have put 29 to cover ourselves a little bit, but we anticipate it moving along at a pretty good pace. Probably right at the end of 28. We probably did put 29 at the beginning.
Yeah, you did. And so then the fundraising for the actual operations, where is that at right now?
For the operations of the Grassley Center,
Yes.
is resting with the committee, and I think they've had 1 or 2 meetings.
Okay,
My president's nodding yes, they've had 1 or 2 meetings.
okay. We'll follow up with him tomorrow.
Great.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, if there are no objections, the committee will recommend approval by general consent. Thank you, Michael. Our final agenda item is the institutional agreements, leases, and easements, which contains 1 new lease and 2 new easements. Sean Reeder will present the first 2 items, followed by David Keft, who will present the last. Sean?
Thank you, Regent Jaden. Iowa State has 2 items for your consideration today, a lease and an easement, and they really are relative to each other. As you can see in your materials, the brief enclosed picture where this is located at, off of Shoal Road, north of our Applied Science Complex. This is a low ground. It's bounded on the northwest by the Onion Creek and on the northeast by the Iowa Creek. Prone to flooding, not really developable for other uses. Our request is to lease this low ground, about 33 acres, to the city of Ames, who will, at their cost, develop prairie with integrated trail system that will connect across the creek via new pedestrian bridge to the Moore Memorial Park. Moore Memorial Park, just to reorient yourselves, is located on the north of where our Vaker Golf Course is, and so this will provide pedestrian connectivity between really all the way from our Applied Science Complex back across the Iowa Creek into Moore Park. The city will, at their cost, restore a prairie, plant the prairie, will provide the trail system within it, and will maintain it. There is an opportunity for our faculty to partner with the city on best practices for prairie management.
Any questions for Sean? Okay, thank you. David?
Yeah, we've got 1 easement. It's likely going to be 2 easements now. We're working with the city of Iowa City to reroute some sanitary lines that are required for that child care center. As it turns out, once this center is built, there's not going to be a public use really for that road anymore. So we're working with the city of Iowa City for them to vacate the road. It'll become a university institutional road. In a sense, it'll be a driveway that'll serve a parking lot and the daycare center. So it'll give us a little bit more flexibility. We won't need that wide road, city standard road. It can be a better green space before that, in front of that child care center. When we do that, then there's a existing water main under that road, and we would vacate the road but give the city back an easement to their water main in there. So it would be a water main easement and then a rerouting a sanitary sewer easement, all standard 12-inch with utility easements.
Great. Any questions for David? Okay, hearing none, no objections, the committee will recommend approval by general consent. So last item, Rod, I think you've reached final closeout on the North Liberty Hospital. Give us a brief update on how that project wrapped up.
Yeah, certainly. And again, Mike Kearns is here, and credit to their team, to the management team, and to the hospital for all of the hard work to make this project such a success. As we know, the Regents did an audit process, rightfully so, on a project so large, and we saw the returns on that always being consistently positive. In this case, we have a project that delivered, frankly, a couple months ahead of what we had. And when you look at the scale of a project like that, now, unlike some of these others we've mentioned, it was a pretty open field of land to work on, but a big project, complicated project, and one that was delivered ahead of schedule. We had, and Mike knows more specifically, but roughly 1% change orders on this project. It was a well-oiled machine throughout. That saved in time and in money in working those matters out. It was great coordination with us and our contractor on the project. They returned, and Mike, I may turn to you for I'm assuming he's still sitting there, a quick figure on the amount returned at the end. You know, the contingency related to it was pretty staggering and positive for us when we finished. You can just tell me.
So as we reported earlier, about a year and a half ago, our contractor returned to us about $9.5 million in unused contingencies. We found out their GMP earlier this year, which resulted in another about $700,000 return to Iowa Healthcare. And then with all the savings on all the contingencies and unused budget lines, we'll come in at about $30 million under what the approved budget was.
Well, congratulations to your team, and please pass that on our behalf for outstanding ahead of schedule, under budget, a real great recognition of the work that group did, so thank you.
Yeah, they're a great team, and also thanks to the Regents, because it was no small lift, as we know, going through this project, hitting those post-COVID escalations in costs that were happening all over the globe, including lead times. It wasn't going to be a simple one. As it turned out, it was going to finish very successfully. So we're happy, and I think those who have interacted with it have been very impressed by how UIHC has really treated the patients at a new and better level there.
Great. So any other final comments? Nancy?
I just want to say awesome. That's really good news.
Thank you. With that, the business of the Property and Facilities Committee is concluded and the meeting's adjourned. Thank you, gentlemen.
We'll kind of switch gears to academic affairs.
Okay, let's call the Academic Affairs Committee to order. We have both Regent Rouse and Gipple as our committee members, and we welcome all of our guests. Doesn't look like we have nearly as many this time as we had last time. But, first item on the agenda is the April Academic Affairs Committee meeting minutes for approval. Do we have any changes, additions? If none, those minutes are approved by general consent. Next item on the agenda is a UNI new program request, and this is a new program in health sciences at UNI. Provost Herrera will share some information.
Thank you, Regent Hensley, and good afternoon, everyone. I have a request. My first initial request is to really restructure two different programs that are currently existing. The proposed Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Science in Health Science at the University of Northern Iowa brings together the existing offerings in public health and applied health sciences, which we already have, into a single flexible major built on shared core curriculum, allowing students to explore health-related careers before selecting a specialization. So this is an innovative way to try to get some flexibility into our curricular structure that allows this program to sort of serve multiple healthcare needs. The consolidation of existing programs represents a strategic and efficient approach to meeting both student interest and Iowa's workforce needs. By organizing these programs under a single structure, UNI creates a streamlined pathway that improves curricular efficiency and establishes a foundation for future growth in emerging areas such as diagnostic medical sonography and healthcare administration. Importantly, this program does not require new infrastructure as it leverages existing faculty, facilities, and courses, and is supported through current tuition models. We also expect that changes will attract approximately 40 to 50 students over the next 5 years or so, a modest increase in serving some of these students, and that would generate approximately $350,000 in net revenue. The new major will position UNI as a responsive and forward-looking institution into a rapidly evolving healthcare landscape, and one of the reasons we put this in place is to make sure that we're flexible, that maybe sonography is the thing now, but it may not necessarily be with AI, may not necessarily be the thing 15 years from now, and this curriculum will allow us to adapt to that. Student demand for health-related programs has grown significantly in recent years, alongside strong workforce demand for healthcare and public health professionals statewide and nationally. The program's flexible structure allows UNI to adapt to these trends, expand high-impact learning experiences such as internships and clinical placements, and better serve both traditional and exploratory students. By consolidating and enhancing existing resources, the health sciences major will not only strengthen enrollment and retention, but also contribute directly to Iowa's healthcare workforce pipeline by preparing graduates with the skills, experience, and adaptability needed to meet the current and future community health needs. I'm open for any questions that you might have.
Any questions? Seeing none, the committee will recommend approval of the BA, BS in Health Sciences at UNI.
Thank you.
Moving on, next we have the UNI New Center request, EdVantage. This new center will provide opportunity to support a range of activities in research and support across the state.
Regent Hensley, with your permission, I'd like to take the next two items together as they're related, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Those two items are essentially the bringing to life of a new center and then really sunsetting the old center and using those resources to fund the first. Together, they represent a strategic realignment of university resources to better meet the evolving needs of Iowa's educational communities. The request to close the National Program for Playground Safety reflects declining demand, reduced stability of external funding, and increasing overlap with services provided by other organizations. By thoughtfully sunsetting this program, the university can redirect personnel, funding, and institutional focus towards initiatives with greater statewide relevance and long-term impact, while ensuring continuity of services for those previously served through external partnerships. The creation of EdVantage builds on this realignment by establishing a centralized, outward-facing professional learning and outreach hub within the College of Education. So very similar to business community services that we already have available at UNI. So it's a center that is really outward-facing. The center is designed to serve multiple educational communities, including PK through 12 school system, practicing educators, aspiring teachers, and families. This center provides a coordinated, accessible model for delivering high-quality, flexible, and research-informed programming. Importantly, EdVantage is intentionally structured to generate sustainable revenue through professional learning offerings, distinct partnerships, fee-for-service models, and external funding opportunities. This will create a reinvestment engine that supports innovation, strengthens educator pipeline, and expands UNI's statewide impact. Together, these actions demonstrate a proactive strategy to reallocate resources and build scalable infrastructure that both serves diverse learners and supports long-term financial stability. And again, as with the other one, I'm open for questions.
Any questions? Seeing no questions, so what we'll do is the committee will recommend approval of this new program and the termination of the other program. Okay, moving on. Request for reduced credit bachelor's degree. Our Chief Academic Officer, Rachel Boone, is going to discuss.
Thank you, Regent Hensley. This degree request is a new option that is really in addition to the existing accelerated bachelor's degree options that have been discussed by the board at a couple of prior meetings, that the universities have described the various accelerated pathways that they both already have and new ones that they have been creating. So this will be an expansion of that. This is connected to House File 440, which is was signed by the governor back in 2025. That's sort of push toward this direction of having reduced credit and accelerated degrees. Again, existing ones already there: nursing, elementary ed, psychology is quite common. There's business administration and ag areas. This will be a new structure, though, because this has, as you can see in the docket item, fewer credit hours and a few other structural changes that are atypical from our current both accelerated degree pass and standard degree pass for bachelor's degrees. So our primary accreditor for the three institutions, the Higher Learning Commission, came out with new guidance on how to structure programs like this from an accreditation standpoint back in 2024, late 2024. A lot of discussion and development work has been happening on the campuses. We're coming forward with this right now from a structural standpoint, since it is a new degree type that none of the universities currently offer. And we're seeking a consistent framework for it, so each of the universities can then create ones that are programmatically specific to their institutions. So this is not about any specific program right now. This is sort of saying, here's how the university gives them a structure to move forward consistently with the specific programmatic areas of interest for their campuses. There will be, as you can see in here, transfer pathways structured into these straight out of the gate. They will do generally have credit ranges between 90 and 95 credits, a minimum. So this would set up this structure to be a minimum of 90, but really kind of cap it around the 95 range, because we really want to emphasize this idea of it being something that is reduced. There will still be a general education core. That is an expectation of the Higher Learning Commission. And there, you can see in there various other things. There will be a lot of focus on workforce. These are intended to be things that are giving students in these particular areas a faster pathway into the workforce in high need areas, ideally. So there will be some costs associated with this. There's a HLC process for approval. There will be some internal needs and costs when you start dealing with any curriculum development that might be necessary. There's also just some sort of programming and different things for degree audits. And so it's a little bit hard to pinpoint precisely what the costs will be, but that is something that the universities are prepared for and are able to carry. So this, as is noted here, then also the timeline. While the board will be approving a structure for this right now, they are not approving a specific degree. Those will be brought forward, the specific program areas will be brought forward during the 26-27 academic year. So this will give a structure that the universities can then plow forward with the finite programs to bring forward to you over the course of the next several months.
So having had discussions with the provost at all the various universities, do we have any idea as to when the first one might come before the academic affairs?
That's a great question. I don't want to speak for them, so if any of them have a thought on that. I think my initial take is we're probably at least 6 months away from having one ready for the board. So best case scenario would be November, but that's not a promise.
Okay, excellent, very good. Any questions for Rachel?
I'm wondering, how would like a minor or like certificates fit into the structure?
That is a really good question. I think that's part of what they're going to be working out over the next 6 months. Minors probably will be pretty rare in these structures. There could be some space for certificates depending on which program areas they choose. There will also be questions about if there are ones that are professional licensure areas, how do they make sure they have sufficient credits available to meet the licensure requirements? So those are some of the questions that over the next 6, 8, 9 months that they're going to have to work out. Minors will probably be a hard one. Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none, the committee will recommend approval of the Bachelor of Applied Professional Studies degree type. Okay, moving on. Finally, the board Associate Chief Academic Officer Jason Pontius will provide an overview of the biennial review of the RAI. Jason, it's all yours. And you might, just for the benefit of people watching, RAI.
I just need to get my slides to open up here. And assistance be great. All right, I think we're ready to go.
Okay.
All right, Regent Hensley, members of the committee, thank you very much for having me here today. We're going to talk a little bit about the automatic admission system for our 3 public universities. So the RAI, or the Regent Admission Index, is our process for allowing in-state students to be automatically admitted. They can be, based on their score, they can be automatically admitted to all 3 of our universities at one time. And as part of that process, with this completely metrics-driven process for admission, is every 2 years we do a kind of a really deep analysis of all the metrics that we're seeing with our students to make sure that the thresholds we're using for automatic admission are still good ones, and just look for any other issues that we might have with our admissions process. And we have made changes over time. One of the changes we made a few years ago was moving from a 4-part process to a 3, and I'll talk a little bit about that. So our REI formula looks at a weighting system of 3 times ACT composite score or equivalent, 30 times the cumulative high school GPA, and 5 times the number of, we call them RAI-approved high school courses, but what they're really looking at here is kind of college prep courses in certain subject areas. So the example you've probably heard me give before is when you get of a 245 would be an ACT composite score of 20, which would be 1 point above the national average, and a GPA of 3.0 on a 4.0 scale, and have completed 19 core courses, which is the average for our students coming into our Regent universities. Now, one of the things we do, you may have heard of students that are getting 4.5, 4.6 GPAs. We do not allow that. We cut it off at 4.0. So a 4.0 is the highest possible GPA you can have for the purposes of admission to our universities. So one of the big things we look at every time we do this analysis is the 245 threshold for automatic admission, is that an appropriate cut point for students coming in? And we can see here, this probably best typifies what we're looking at when we're doing these kind of side-by-side analyses. We're looking for changes over time within these different kind of different categories. We look at persistence or retention, we look at grades, we look at graduation rates. This one is showing 4- and 6-year graduation rates. So that first row is showing 6-year graduation rates. Now this is for groups prior to the pandemic. That's one problem with graduation rates. We go back in time to look at them, but we're seeing in gray, fall 2014 and 2015 entry cohort. In blue, you've got the fall 2016-17 entry cohort, and in the red, you've got the 18-19 entry cohort. And looking within each of these categories, you can see that that the graduation rates have remained either constant or in many cases have gone up. And if you go to more current years with different graduation rates or different metrics like high school, like a college GPA, those have typically consistently gone up over and over again, which is one of the reasons we're recommending to keep that 245 threshold going forward. One of the things that has changed over time, in particular from the pandemic, is we have a test optional pathway for our students. So a student can be admitted to one of our universities without a standardized test score. It is not an automatic admission. So in this case, you can see the students in orange, which has been kind of a declining group of our enrolled students, had below 245 but were still admitted. Those students, again, don't get automatic admission, but they're reviewed individually to see if they still have the kind of background that would help them succeed in college. The ones in blue, or the RAI 245 or above, they're automatically admitted. And then the red is showing the growth in test optional over time. So one of the ways we look at test optional, and this is looking at first year grades at the Regent universities. So in orange, you can see the grade trends over time. The far left column is no RAI, which is kind of our test optional category. The lines in blue below that are showing the percent of the enrolled class that were admitted in those categories. So you can see, for example, the no RAI category grades fairly consistent across the board, a little bit of growth. They're actually above some of the other categories, but they've seen a lot of growth over time in students choosing that option for entry. If you look at some of the other categories of the below 245 all the way to 275 plus, you can see that those numbers have gone down a little bit over time when you're looking at the blue line, because more of those students are choosing that no RAI or test optional option. But again, strong grades across the board and over time. We can start to look, we've got our first graduation rate, year 4, the 21-22 cohort. It's our first cohort under test optional where we can look at kind of solid graduation rate numbers. And that year was a little bit of a strange year because we're still coming out of COVID, but you can see that the no RAI category is still testing kind of above or close to the 245 to 254 range for students that had automatic admission. Kind of going into persistence or retention, on the top we've got the persisted or retained to the second year of college, started in the fall and continued to that next fall. And then we've also got persistence to the third year of college. And as I've said before, and you can easily guess, persistence to third year of college is a really great metric for understanding who's going to graduate. If they've made it that far, they're almost certainly going to be finishing with us. Again, we've got that category of no RAI or test optional has performed very well compared to some of the others. It's not quite as high as your 275 plus, but it is higher than your 245 below and kind of on par with your 245 to 254 range. Now, what's a little frustrating with some of these is that we don't really see where the test optional students are distributed. So we can look at the different kind of categories of students who are getting in through automatic admission, but we can't break that down as easily for the test optional students. Fortunately, with some recent analysis that has been done since our last biannual review, we've got 35,000 ISASP scores, or it's the Iowa Statewide Assessment of Student Progress. It kind of rolls off the tongue, but it's given to every student, like 3rd through 11th grade in the state of Iowa, to kind of understand. It's kind of it's the new version of Iowa assessment or Iowa testing. So it gets at general, it's a better assessment for where a student is for getting into school. So we pulled ACT scores and ISASP scores for 35,000 Iowans, did comparisons, and were able to create a concordance table between those two. So what we did is we created an RAI for all students that already had an RAI that was also based on ISASP. And then we looked to see how correlated it is. And actually, it's a very strong correlation. This line here, if you got a perfect correlation, you'd expect a very thin line going from left to right up. So there is some variation there, but it gives us a pretty decent idea of where some of those test optional students fall in comparison to our automatic admission students. So this shows a distribution. The blue is showing the distribution of automatically admitted students. The red is showing the distribution of students who are test optional. And you can see there's a wide range of different kinds of potential RAI scores they would have gotten if they had chosen to submit test scores to us. And then you can see in kind of the orange, the RAI, the below 245 RAI. So there are some students that are test optional that kind of fall in that same category as below 245, but the vast majority of them would have been automatically admitted had they either taken an ACT or SAT or had chosen to report those scores. And then briefly, this has changed a bit over time. You can see, particularly focused on the line in red, this is showing each year that we've had test optional. There has been growth in that test optional category, but still you can see that the majority of those students that were enrolled at our universities are still falling in that category that would have been also kind of under automatic admission. So the final point I wanted to make is one of the things that we've been dealing with as a group, and I want to thank all the researchers at the 3 universities who have put in a lot of time kind of digging into this data. We have, again, tens of thousands of students over many years that we look at trying to understand how this process is working. We want to make sure that we're admitting students that are going to succeed at our universities. One issue we've seen time and time again is an upward trend in high school grades. This is something we've been working with. We don't feel like it's been an issue yet, but after this review, we wanted to put together a committee to kind of start digging into this issue a little bit more. I don't want to suggest necessarily that these are situations where teachers in high school are just giving higher grades than they used to. What we are seeing instead are more and more students taking college-level courses. Those college-level courses often have a 5.0 scale or 5.0 grade on a 4.0 scale. So if a student was taking all of these college prep or AP courses in high school, they could potentially have a 4.0 with a straight B average. So these things affect the grades. We want to make sure that the grades are best representing the students, so we're not missing on our evaluation of the students. So this is one of the things that, out of this report, we'd like to investigate further. So just to reiterate, the three main things out of this review for the committee would be to maintain the REI threshold at 245 for automatic admission, to maintain the test optional pathway, and then create a working group to study the impact of weighted grades and high school grade inflation. And thank you. I'll take any questions you might have.
Any questions for Jason? Yes, Regent.
Thank you. Yeah, you don't have to say it, but 3.7 average GPA in Iowa is awfully high. I would say. I'll say it. We've certainly come a long way from admissions to where it's a thin envelope or a thick envelope that you get, no doubt. So am I right in assuming the majority of other states are doing this way, online, across the board? You find out very quickly. You know, I'm hearing from my nieces and nephews and their friends, you know, they'll find out within a matter of a couple minutes. They'll do it and they get it right back. You know, we could debate whether that's the best way to do it or not, but are other states doing it like this as well?
Increasingly, yes. Not necessarily this exact kind of method, but I've even been interviewed by a number of different states that are interested in kind of setting something like this up. And I think I've told this group before, but we're unique in that we've had automatic admission in Iowa since 1958. The REI is kind of the latest iteration of this kind of method of doing it. So we have been doing this long before any other state. What you're seeing more and more in states like Minnesota, North Dakota, are they're sending letters out to students saying, you have been admitted to this number of schools. And so often what they're doing in those cases, though, is there's an exception for some of like their flagship institution may opt out of that particular process. But you are seeing a lot more of this automatic or guaranteed letters of admission for a lot of schools. And yeah, I think that will continue to grow.
Yeah. I mean, you're all fighting for enrollment, especially post-COVID, fewer males going to college. And I appreciate you saying, you know, you want to make sure these students are going to succeed when they get in. But I just think on a computer, it's harder to find out who's going to succeed if you don't get a real essay out of them, you don't get a real interview out of them. So it's a balancing act of how we do this properly with, you know, also the recruitment, how we want all these colleges to be vibrant and successful. So it's just, I think you really need to keep an eye on this in terms of how which students are getting in and how they can be successful here too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason, you talked about a committee that you want to have look at the grade inflation. Can you be a little bit, give us a few more details on that, who it would be, what the timeline is?
Yeah, not super specific at this point. The intent would be to bring together folks from the Regent universities, researchers, and other folks, but also talk to high schools and the Department of Ed as well to kind of work with them to kind of look at what are the best approaches for getting this done. Because one of the issues with all this concurrent enrollment, with these college level courses that students are taking, you could say, okay, we only accept non-weighted grades. And there are a number of universities out in the country that don't look at weighted grades anymore. But the issue with the weighting is it provides an incentive for students to take those more difficult courses that we think better prepare them for college. And to take away the weighting takes away that incentive. So what kind of balance can we provide to kind of make that work and still provide an incentive for taking the most rigorous possible courses you can take without having issues of grade inflation?
Okay. And timeline with this coming back before the Regents?
Well, I mean, one of the things it could happen as soon as the next 6 months, or it could be part of what we look at for our next biennial review. But I kind of feel like, and I think the researchers on board would think that waiting 2 years would be too long.
I would agree. Excellent, very good. Any other questions for yes?
So, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry, we've got two.
Yeah, so Jason, as you look at all this data, knowing the dramatically different curriculums that are offered by the three institutions, does it look different if I'm sure you slice it a lot of different ways between the three schools that would say something that should be done differently, possibly?
No, I mean, the schools, the three universities do look a little bit different in some of these, but it's really comes down to what level are they, where are they admitting more students? So that some of the schools have a few more test optional than others. Some schools have had a great deal of success with admitting students that are in the just below the 245 range. So some of those things make a small difference, but there's not really, not a big difference between the three universities that we typically see. Yeah.
And if I may, Regent Lacey, I just want to add to that too, and this gets to some of the other comments. I think when we saw Jason showed the bar graphs that were increasing, grad rates going up across a lot of the different categories, some of that is actually less evidence about the admissions work that's happening and more evidence about the student success that's working after students arrive on campus. And all three campuses have done extraordinary work on that front. We've heard a lot about first-gen Hawks here in Iowa City, but Iowa State has done extraordinary work through a lot of their University Innovation Alliance work. The student success team at UNI has done an outstanding job in terms of a lot of the ways they welcome students onto campus and build that. So we do look at that as something, and we tie it to the admissions standards, but we also know that part of what the universities have excelled at is actually finding those students who might be closer to the bubble and really helping lift them up.
Regent Krause?
To clarify, the RAI is for in-state students, correct? Just to clarify that. So for out-of-state students, it's a different standard?
So the universities have the option to use the RAI for out-of-state students, and in most cases they do, but they are not required to admit students out of state using the RAI. It is geared specifically for in-state.
Okay. No, thank you for clarifying that. And then I just want to support the work that you are doing and looking more into this, because I have heard the grade inflation conversation come out a little bit more, so I think it's something to keep in tune with. And hearing about the collaboration, I was going to ask if you're working with the Department of Ed, since that's, they're handing them off to us, so that makes sense that you're working with them in lockstep with where we're trying to head. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jay? Yes, Regent Gipple.
I'm just wondering if you expect to see the test optional percentage continue to increase even after, obviously, COVID is what kind of kicked that into gear. But as we get further out from that, do you still expect that to be an option that students are pursuing?
I think it's something that's probably going to stabilize, but it's a difficult thing to kind of predict. I think because test optional students are not guaranteed admission, the automatic admission, I think, has a greater incentive to want to use that instead, because they know they're in for sure. They don't have to go through the application process and have to wait. But it has grown over time. Again, my guess is that it's probably going to stabilize about where it is now, but I don't know for sure.
Okay.
Are other states or universities, it's kind of a post-COVID thing to remove or to have test optional? Are other universities or states going back to that?
Yes. Typically the states that are going back to, or the schools that are going back to remove test optional are the very highly selective schools. I think MIT was the first to go in that direction. We have not seen that ACT or SAT has been a great predictor of overall kind of graduation rates at our universities. However, if you start looking at the students that are in that kind of 4.0 range, ACT is a better predictor at that level. I think these schools are seeing that every student applying to MIT is going to have a 4.0, and so they need some way of differentiating. So it's these schools that have a pool of students where everybody is a 4.0, that they need something that kind of help determine who should be admitted or not.
And if I may, I want to add one more thing, and really this is in response to Regent Gipple's question. The board on the governance committee earlier today and then tomorrow on the consent agenda does have a policy change 3.2, which pertains to admissions recommendations. What that does is removes the specific reference to SAT and ACT in policy. It notes that any sort of approved test and concordance table that that would go through a process for approval could be used for RAI purposes. So Regent Gipple, to your question, I think as there may be additional tests, whether it be ISASP, we've got obviously, as Jason noted, significant data on ISASP. That is not yet an officially approved test, but it gives us pathways to do things like that with ISASP, with the classic learning test, where we've also been doing some significant analysis with CLT as much as possible in recent months. So it gives us options, and I think as there are more tests available, that may also impact how many choose the test optional pathway versus the RAI automatic admission threshold pathway.
Okay. Any other questions at this point? Excellent presentation. Good information there.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for this review. We note the recommendations to continue as is and support the recommendations to do some additional review of related to grade inflation. Is there anything else to come before the committee? Hearing none, the Academic Affairs Committee is adjourned. Thank you.
All right, why don't we call to order the meeting of the Investment and Finance Committee. Welcome to everyone. So the first agenda item is the minutes of the April 22nd, 2026 committee meeting. Any questions or edits that need to be made to the minutes as written? Nancy, Robert, Peter, nope. Hearing none, the committee will consider them approved by general consent. The second agenda item, I'd like to recognize Marquette Managing Partner Doug Most. Geez, why am I saying West? I know I'm a Doug West. And is Dave joining? No?
He is not.
He is not. Okay, just you for the presentation. So.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And we'll start out talking a little bit about the market, acknowledging that the market as we sit here is changing. But we did put together, as a good suggestion, just an executive summary of what's going on right now. I think the big four items that we cover in the next few slides, the first one really dominated by geopolitics, as today's announcement really underscores. The last several months, you've seen a lot of inflation pressure because of what's going on in Iran. You've seen growth pressures globally, maybe a little less so in the United States. But just the energy disruption that you've seen has created a lot of upside risks in the market and downside risks to growth. The other major growth item that you've seen dominate the markets is AI. So this AI cycle that we're in right now is not only driving economic growth in the US, also in a lot of emerging markets, investment growth, but also the markets as a whole. The Fed, under the new chairman, is meeting, and you're going to see a lot of talk around sort of some of the constraints around inflation, and we've actually seen a tick up in job growth over the last couple of months. So the Fed policy is going to be definitely under a microscope as far as what direction it's going to go. And then lastly, on the private market side, we have been seeing an uptick in transactions. Exit activities have picked up.
And that's something that had been trending down since 2021, which was a record year, where deal value last year exceeded $1 trillion, second time in record that it's done that. So big picture, those are the items. If you look at inflation, the numbers here are dated, but May, that just came out, you saw the headline number go up over 4%. And really that's a reflection of the energy side of the equation, which accounted for more than half of that monthly gain. You know, the conflict will likely still have impacts even after any potential resolution, because global oil supplies have dropped to, you know, cyclical lows. So there's going to be an effort probably to get that ramped back up, which will definitely play a role on inflation going forward. On the jobs front, again, I mentioned the last couple of reports coming out pretty positively. The May numbers were up over 170,000 for the month. Unemployment was steady. A lot of the growth we've been seeing over the last few months has been very focused in specific areas, healthcare being one of them. If you look at other sectors like manufacturing, retail, business services, those have been flat to even slightly negative over the last several months. So the job growth, while it's been robust, it's been isolated in certain areas of the market, and you've seen others relatively flat. And then on the GDP side, again, the numbers that you're hearing around spending in the AI environment are just astronomical. It's hard to sort of rationalize or get a hand on how big these numbers are, and they're really driving growth right now in the U.S. Typically, if you look at business investment and the tech side of that, it's fairly low, but as of late, this has been driving, disproportionately driving the numbers you've seen out of the growth in the United States. You know, we get sometimes a question of, you know, how has the market or the GDP not really been impacted much by what's going on in Iran? And really, our economy has shifted, and it's less sensitive to oil prices now, and lately more sensitive to what's going on in the AI world. In terms of the economic impact, again, you know, the overall impact, the longer this conflict goes on, the more impact you're likely to see. I mentioned oil supplies earlier. Supplies and inventories are dropping and have dropped pretty substantially since the conflict began. So that is one area that you'll likely need to see that come back over the next several months. So again, even if this is resolved today, you'll likely see the inventory side of the equation play out for the foreseeable future. And the other side of this is on the refinery side. So, you know, if you're looking at jet fuel, diesel, et cetera, that's a zero-sum game. So as one refinery ticks up in one area, it lowers the supply in another area. So overall, that's another part that this situation needs to be resolved relatively quickly in order to avoid some demand destruction in some of those areas. So if you look at what the Fed is likely to do, the market right now has priced in about one rate hike for the remainder of the year. Again, when we sat here the last time, that was looking at a couple of cuts. So the outlook has changed materially, and again, that's really a reflection of the inflation situation, but also a little bit more robust job growth over the last few months, which has sort of complicated the picture for those hoping for Fed cuts. And on the interest rate side of things, when you think about inflation, once the conflict started, you saw the 10-year Treasury rise up pretty dramatically, and again, that's a implication of the inflation expectations that the market is pricing in. So you did see interest rates rise this quarter. Anytime rates rise, bond prices go down, so that was a headwind for fixed income for the quarter. If you look at where the yield curve is at right now, there's been a big reshaping of the yield curve. So the green line is where we were basically a year ago, and if you look at the blue line, that's where we are now. So on the short end or the left side of the chart, you'll see the yields have dropped, and that's really a reflection of the Fed cutting rates. But the other part of this is you've seen the middle and long end of the yield curve go up. And again, that's more of a reflection of concerns around inflation than anything. But if you look at the shape of the yield curve, we're actually in a normalized yield curve now. And it's been a long time since you've seen a yield curve shaped that way. The other thing to take away here is that while yields increasing is never a good thing in the immediate term, looking forward, higher yields equals higher returns. So from a fixed income standpoint,
having higher yields in a current investing environment generally means positive returns, more positive returns for the next several years. And then on the equity side, this is as of March 31st, and you'll see one area of the market that performed exceedingly well, and that was energy. And that's really an obvious given what was going on in the marketplace. The only problem is energy makes up a very small component of the overall market. If you look at this now, this has changed pretty dramatically. Now technology is back in the lead. So you've seen this shift again with a lot of the technology and AI adjacent firms doing extremely well as of late. And one of the big reasons for that is there's such a large amount of money going into AI right now that if you look at earnings growth, it's phenomenal. These companies are generating an immense amount of earnings, and that's really one of the reasons why you see this area of the market doing so well. Now, obviously, the concern is you've got several companies that are really driving the spending. So at a point, if their free cash flow or margins don't start to turn the way that a lot of folks expect them to, you could see that spending cut back. And then a lot of the AI ecosystem could feel a little bit of the repercussions from that drive back in CapEx spending. And then on the non-US markets, one of the big stories last year, non-US markets outperformed the US for the first time in a long time. And one of the big reasons was currency. The dollar weakened relative to other major currencies. Once the conflict began this year, you saw the dollar strengthen relative to other currencies. So that was a bit of a headwind relative to the US markets. But overall, non-US markets have performed quite well, particularly emerging markets. And you mentioned AI and AI adjacent companies. The emerging markets have a pretty healthy concentration to that as well. Taiwan in particular, which just overtook China as the largest country in the emerging market index, largely thanks to semiconductor companies like TSMC. And then on the alternative side, real estate, this was an area of the market that went through its third big trough since the late 70s. Back in 2022 and 23. Since then, you've seen several consecutive quarters of growth, some real stabilization, and when you look at the quarterly returns, real estate was actually one of the best performers in the market in the first quarter. But you've really seen the market stabilize over the last several quarters, and income remains pretty healthy in real estate, so that's been a nice stabilizer for portfolios. And then, as I mentioned earlier, in the private equity world, exit activity has definitely picked up. The hope here is that this continues the trend and you start to see distributions pick up. That's one of the parts of private equity programs, basically across the United States, that has been a little bit of a headwind because you haven't been getting as much money back. Private equity firms have been holding companies for longer, and the exit activity has just been slow over the last few years. So the hope is that as you see exit activity pick up and the values pick up, that you'll start to see those distributions come up correspondingly. So overall returns, again, this is through the end of the quarter, which seems like a lifetime ago now, but you can see at the top, U.S. large caps were down 4.3% in the first quarter. And as I mentioned, real estate was positive for the quarter. As we sit here today, these numbers have all drastically changed. The U.S. markets are up double digits now. Non-U.S. markets are up double digits. Emerging markets are up over 25%. So there's been a vast change in the overall trend of the markets. But again, if you look at the blue bars, you can see it's been a very accretive environment for taking any type of equity risk. And that's been one part of the portfolio that's done extremely well. But the alternative side of the equation, real estate and some of the private markets have done well in this environment too. It's just we're in a period where public markets are up 20, 30, 40%, which again is largely above historical averages. But overall, again, it was a negative quarter, but when you look at portfolio performance, you'll see some nice protection relative to the benchmarks and broader markets as a whole. And then obviously, in the months since then, we've seen a nice rebound in returns. Any questions on anything in the markets before I go to the portfolios? All right. So big picture from a performance standpoint, on the operating portfolio side of things, I mentioned the attractive yields on the fixed income side of the equation. That's been a nice benefit for the operating portfolios, as has the high equity returns we've seen. Both of those have really boosted returns well above historical averages and well above benchmarks. And if you look at long-term performance, again, performance exceeds the policy index over the long term. On the intermediate side for the University of Iowa, here you take a little bit higher level of risk, but have seen a commensurate boost in returns because of that. And again, still pretty heavy on the fixed income side, which those higher yields have certainly helped, as have the higher returns in the equity equation. And again, long-term performance is well ahead of the benchmark and exceeding that of the operating portfolio. And then for the endowment portfolios, here, again, more return-seeking, long-term position portfolios. A very strong absolute performance over the last year. Long-term performance has been great and exceeding the benchmark. And the one real note here is that, as we've seen over the last several quarters, you will still see the private markets part of the asset allocation higher than targets. And so, as we spoke earlier, distributions coming back will certainly help that part of the equation. The other part that will help is, as we continue to make commitments going forward, those are being adjusted downwards to continue that trend of normalization for that asset allocation. So again, the operating portfolio here for the University of Iowa relative to targets is very closely aligned from an asset allocation standpoint. And then for returns, again, for the quarter, the benchmark was flat, the portfolio was up positive, but just slightly. And then you can see over the trailing year plus some very strong absolute and relative returns. Equities have certainly helped, but fixed income composite has outperformed by a pretty wide margin, and that's helped as well. And as mentioned through April, this portfolio is now up 1.6% year to date and over 7% over the trailing year. The Iowa State operating portfolio, again, very aligned with asset allocation targets. And from a return standpoint, very similar story. You can see for the quarter positive returns, and again, up 1.6 through April, and then over the trailing returns, outperforming the policy benchmark and overall asset allocation expectations. University of Iowa intermediate portfolio, again, some slight overweights on the equity side of things and a little underweight to real estate, but by and large, pretty well allocated relative to the asset allocation targets. And then from a return standpoint, slightly higher exposure to risk assets led to a slightly negative return for the quarter. But again, year to date, that number is now positive 2.5% through April. And you can see the 1 year up over 8% and long term close to 5% net of all fees. And again, outperforming relative to the policy benchmark. And then the endowments, again, you'll see the higher exposure on the private market side here for the University of Iowa relative to private markets targets. You can see the corresponding underweights in real estate and a little in fixed income. But overall, that number has come down over the course of the last several quarters. And from a return standpoint, again, slight negative for the quarter, but you can see the absolute returns over the long term here are quite positive. Again, given the higher exposure to private markets and risk assets overall. Through April, the portfolio was up 4.4% net of fees and about 17% for the trailing 1 year. And then for Iowa State, again, the one notable outlier here is the private markets allocation, which again, that's being adjusted through commitment modeling and then with the anticipation of higher distributions coming forward. The good news is that the primary manager there, Neuberger Berman, has outperformed policy in public markets by about 2% since inception. So the portfolio itself is very high quality. But again, that is something that we are actively addressing. And then from a return standpoint, again, just slightly negative for the quarter, but obviously for the 1 year, strong absolute returns. And then again, over the long term, close to 9% over the trailing 10 years and outperforming the policy benchmark. Happy to answer any questions anyone might have on any of the portfolios.
Any questions for Doug? Regent Kramer.
I meant to ask you, am I supposed to be buying SpaceX now or wait a few months?
Notice I didn't say anything on any of yeah, the big picture here is not only do you have SpaceX, which came out at close to a $2 trillion valuation, you're going to have Anthropic coming up and OpenAI coming up. So it'll be a good test for the market's appetite for that type of exposure. Just for everyone's knowledge, from a portfolio standpoint, it's going to make up a very small component of the overall indices because the amount of float right now is very low. There's a 180-day lock for the private sales, so in a couple of quarters, you're likely to see that float increase, and it might become a more substantial weight in the index, but for right now, it's a very, very minimal part of the portfolios.
Anything else for Doug? Okay. Nancy?
Just to repeat the importance of being diversified.
It is incredibly important, and I know when the equity markets are performing as well as they have, I know everyone sitting in this room has experienced those highs and those lows. I think everyone around the table understands that. It's incredibly enticing to see those types of equity returns, but remaining disciplined, having a very diversified portfolio is extremely important, and I know we've talked about that a lot in the past, so it's a very good point.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Appreciate your report. I'll get the university finance representatives up here.
Yeah, Sean, Michael, and Terry, if you guys want to come on up.
We have Terry. Terry outside.
I think so.
Give him a sec here. So agenda 3, I'll recognize Kent Farber from the board office staff to provide a fiscal 2027 appropriation overview and introduce presenters for each university.
Thank you, Chair Jaden, and good afternoon. So today the committee will receive an update on the fiscal year 2027 budget development from each of the universities. The final budgets will be brought to the board at the July 29th meeting. Before we begin those presentations, I would like to briefly summarize the final status of the legislative appropriation bills. On June 3rd, the governor completed her review of the remaining appropriation bills, finalizing the outcomes of this spring's legislative session. Overall, the bills maintain flat funding for the general university appropriations that support the higher education component at each institution. However, there were several adjustments from the previous year. At the University of Iowa, $3 million was appropriated from the Sports Wagering Receipts Fund for pediatric cancer research. At Iowa State University, $122,000 was appropriated to support the veterinary diagnostic laboratory transition work. $250,000 had been appropriated the previous year for that. At the University of Northern Iowa, $1 million was appropriated for the contiguous states tuition program. $600,000 was appropriated to support education expansion of the nursing program. And $6 million in capital funding was approved for the Commons renovation project. Turning now to today's budget discussion, I'm pleased to welcome Sean Reeder, Terry Johnson, and Michael Hager. They're going to provide their updates on their institution's fiscal year 2027 budget development. We'll go ahead and begin with Sean, and then Michael, and Terry, and I'll turn it over to you, Sean.
Great, thank you. A quick update on where our budget preparation has got us to today from the update that we gave you in April. Again, loading the information with the approved tuition rate increases that the board provided based on also the appropriations that Ken just walked us through. Our projections for enrollment, our projections on the returning student population, our projections on ongoing research activity, and what appears to be some settlement of the indirect cost recovery challenges that we were seeing in some of the federal granting agencies, where we've reduced what our gap was. In April, I reported that our current gap between revenue and expense in general fund was about $3.5 million. We've got that down now to about $1.1 million. We're very confident that we will be able to close this gap here in the coming weeks as we continue our work and bring a fully balanced budget back to the board for approval, and appreciate your support as we continue to work forward on these issues.
Sorry, I thought I was third. The University of Northern Iowa, again, very similar to what Sean identified. We just plugged everything into the model. Now that things are settled down in terms of what the tuition rate is and appropriations. We also, as a reminder, we added some money for deferred maintenance this year. The gap between our revenue and our expenses stayed about the same at $7.7 million. And so we've worked to identify those throughout the university, and those have been solidified. Some of those were done with some reductions in force, with either open positions not being filled, reducing some hours for some people, and then we did eliminate a few positions as well. But for the most part, it's balanced, and we're just getting it ready and loaded into the system.
Okay, Jerry Johnson, University of Iowa. Pleased to be here to give you an update on our general fund budget for fiscal '27. I'll start with the revenue side of the budget, and I'll really give you a little perspective. So fiscal '26 budget, the one we're in right now, is $871.2 million. When we look at the approved tuition rates, indirect cost recoveries, interest income, et cetera, we're expecting a $22 million increase next year. That's equivalent to a 2.5% increase year-over-year budget. As I mentioned earlier, all three primary revenue drivers, tuition, indirect cost recoveries, and investment income, is increasing. Most of that $22 million increase in revenue is definitely related to tuition, though. So the tuition rates that were approved at the last meeting, that's approximating about 52% of the tuition rate increase, and then the balance is due to enrollment, mainly because of the pipeline effect. So that would be equivalent to like our first year incoming student is greater in number than the graduating class. So big picture, I meant $22 million up overall, though. I'll transition to the expense side of the budget. So when we start a budget every year, actually, we talk at the cabinet level, and President and Provost ultimately make a decision on what our salary policy will be for the year. And in this case, for the upcoming year, we set a target of 1% to 3% that every college, VP unit, or auxiliary unit must adhere to. I'm pleased to report that all units did. We came within a range of 2.5% is what we averaged university total. But there was definitely a range from probably 1.7 to close to 3% across all the different organizations. With respect to our unionized workforce, COGS and SEIU both received or negotiated a 3% increase, receiving additional step increases up to 4.5%. Merit staff will receive a budget increase from 1% to 2%. I think you'll approve that today if you haven't already, but step increase of 1%. And then other noteworthy centrally budgeted items that we have, utilities are increasing 4.2% or $2.3 million. We're seeing our financial aid, student financial aid, go up $3 million plus 3.6%. And other costs are increasing at $1.45 million. Includes opening new building costs, cyber insurance, property insurance, software license fees, those kinds of things. And with that, I'll stop and see if you have any questions.
Questions? Regent Hensley.
I just want to thank everybody for the information. I know it's just a year ago when it came before the Board of Regents, and I was, to put it mildly, shocked that there hadn't been discussions previously regarding the budget and gaps and what you were looking at. So I really appreciate the opportunity to have conversations with you throughout the year and to have you coming before the Regents and providing more information. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Regent Dunkel.
Do you have, I know it's early, but tuition, or not tuition, but student enrollment coming?
We have enrollments, yes.
How's that looking?
Looking solid for the upcoming fall semester. I don't know the numbers right off the top of my head, but we have integrated those enrollment numbers by all the different student categories into the budget that I just summarized.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'd like to, same question to all three institutions. What's the student numbers feeling like going forward?
You and I were looking up in resident freshmen from the state of Iowa, and then our contiguous state program is also hitting the mark as we intended as well. So we're seeing good growth there. Those are both positive contributions to the budget. As I mentioned at the last meeting, I hesitate to say it this way, but the negative contribution is it looks like our 3-year graduation rate may be increased. So, again, good for the student, good for the workforce, not so good for the budget. Right.
Yeah, overall, we're projecting slightly up to perhaps flat. And this is really bolstered by our undergraduate student population with strong pipeline, as Terry was committing to earlier. There's some variation in our graduate and professional students, but overall flat to a slight increase.
Any other questions for the university folks? Steve?
So just one last thing. So as you were putting this together, there's lots of wild things going on in the market. Were there some particularly problematic areas, either in holding on to key staff or on the expense side, that you all have been grappling with?
Well, I think some clarity in the research arms for at least for Iowa State, that it doesn't look like some of the dramatic changes in the indirect cost recovery rate the federal government was pushing forward last year has really helped us here. I think as we go forward and we see stabilization in the energy market, it'll help bolster or mitigate the elevation in utility pricing as well. So those would be two of the outlying areas that we're glad to see some calming in the marketplace.
For our utilities, we've got a pretty good system in place. As you may know, the universities have a auxiliary operation for utilities. We're sitting at about a 3% increase for utilities, which out in the commercial market, that's a pretty good rate right now. And we've got a multi-year plan to kind of keep that relatively stable in there. Property insurance came in very well for us. This year, we had not done an assessment of all of our buildings for a good 10 or 12 years, and we did an assessment, and it's a little scary when you have a $2.6 billion enterprise. You know, what are these values going to come in? And they came in pretty close to on track. So we had been inflating that every year. And so the property insurance didn't rise as much as we anticipated, what people might be seeing in residential or other commercial markets.
Very similar at the University of Iowa, utility fuel prices. We were starting to get a little nervous about that. We do purchase it ahead, locked in at good rates, but we're getting to the point where we would have had to start paying premium on that. So that's very good. Definitely indirect cost recoveries with the federal government, at least where we're at today, stability there, and should lead to increases in funding of grant proposals as we move forward. So very stable that way. There's nothing too outstanding really to report today, at least. So, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your update. Okay, the next agenda item is a revenue enhancement and productivity update. So I'll be doing this one. The brief update of our activities since April. So in early May, the board office developed and distributed an RFP for a consultant to assist with phase 2 of the REAPS initiative. Questions from multiple firms were submitted and responded to at the end of May. Proposals were received from 6 firms the first week of June. Very strong response and very high quality responses, I would say. The REAPS committee is evaluating these proposals to narrow the list for final candidate presentations and selection at the end of June. So we remain on track with our timeline that we've laid out, with project work expected to kick off in mid-July. So that's first item. Second, it was talked about in staffing, but we're pleased to announce that Jake Nicholson, currently Chief Operating Officer for the Governor, will be joining the Board of Regents office as Chief Efficiency Officer at the end of June. Jake is going to play a key role in leading our REAPS efforts. He'll be giving these updates, not me, going forward, and brings significant experience in this area from the state DOGE initiative and previous government agency restructuring and efficiency work. And he's been part of our process as we've been talking to these consultants and going through work with the university. And so the final update for this meeting is regarding administrative cost benchmarking. You may remember our region institutions are already among the lowest in their peer groups in the nation in administrative dollars relative to tuition dollars per the IPEDS database. In April, we asked the REAPS team university leadership to benchmark their costs versus 1 to 2 of the best-in-class universities to understand the data and identify potential opportunities. This group had a meeting with Oklahoma State University team in mid-May. To be clear, no applicable savings ideas were identified from this call. Rather, the key learning from Ohio State is much of their administrative costs are borne by the colleges, not the central administration, and not included in the data. So how things are structured drives how things are reported. For those of you in business and reading income statements and balance sheets, no surprise there. So net, as you think about the IPEDS data, it's helpful for directional tracking over time, e.g., are we trending in the right direction, right? But for truly value-added benchmarking, we need to shift to more detailed comparisons. Those can include going against similar peer institutions, for example, the University of Iowa, looking at other institutions who have a medical school, or looking deeper at those universities that are aligned with similar strategic priorities and complemented benchmarking at a functional level, looking at HR, finance, IT, accounting, where costs can be more appropriately and accurately compared and analyzed. So this is part of what the universities will include in the REAPS study, and we did some of that work in tier, but we'll continue to do that as we go forward in phase 2 of the REAPS project. So thank you again to the members of the committee and the ongoing work by the region institutions. We'll continue to update the board in July on our consultant selection and next steps, and I'll open it up for any questions at this time. Regent Hensley.
One question. Will the study, the efficiency study include the hospital?
It does not include it will include the administrative part of the hospital. It does not include the health care side of it.
So
too big a scope.
Okay, so has there been a study in the past that included the healthcare side?
I don't know the answer to that question, Mark.
The hospital does its own sort of assessment on the clinical service provided. So it's always for the REAPS tier looked at the administrative functions, but not the patient care side. Now, the university itself has done its own sort of aggregation of some of the administrative functions of the hospital, sort of a hub and spoke, if you will, on facilities, HR, what have you. But the clinical patient care has not been in the purview before.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay. Hearing none. What do we have left here? Sorry?
University of Northern Iowa.
University of Northern Iowa, Mr. Hager.
The University of Northern Iowa is requesting to establish a separate 501c3 corporation, nonprofit corporation. That nonprofit is critical. The purpose is to support strategic initiatives for the university. The other two institutions have 2 or 3. It's just another tool to have in the toolbox. We have obviously the UNI Foundation. We have not had another separate 501c3. I think it would be savvy of us to have one, can serve multiple purposes. Whether it's a facilities corp or a research corporation, rather than generate separate ones, I tried to structure one that would serve all of the needs under just one nonprofit. The inaugural project will be the Panther District, our economic development arm, which you'll see, we'll bring it back at least once or twice this fall, but that's moving along at a pretty good clip, and so this is kind of a precursor for that. But more importantly, it's just another tool that we should have available to us. I'd be glad to answer any questions you have.
Any questions? Okay, if there are none, the committee will recommend approval of this item to the board. Thank you, Michael. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Seeing none, the Investment and Finance Committee is now adjourned. Thank you.
All right, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. We'll take a 8-minute break, 7, and we'll reconvene at 3 o'clock. All right, we will call the meeting to order. The meeting of the Iowa Board of Regents for the June 15th, 2026 meeting will come to order. I'll begin by calling roll. Regent Dunkel?
Here.
Regent Hensley? Here. Regent Rouse?
Here.
Regent Gipple?
Here.
Regent County?
Here.
Regent Lacey?
Here.
Regent Kramer is present. We think Regent Jaden will be here any minute. We have a quorum, and the meeting can proceed. This time, we're going to turn it over to Regent Dunkel, who'll run the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting.
Thank you. The minutes of the April 22nd, 2026 Audit and Compliance Committee meeting were presented to everyone. I hope you've all had a chance to review them. So the first item would be approving those minutes. Are there any questions or corrections? Okay, then the committee will approve the minutes by general consent. I'll recognize Chief Audit Executive Chad Sharp to present the internal audit reports issued. Chad?
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. Good afternoon, everyone. You have 5 reports and 5 follow-ups in your packet today, and I'll start with the Admission and Transfer Center at University of Iowa Healthcare. So this is a unit that coordinates the admission and transfer of patients into and across all the facilities within UI Healthcare. These are complex processes that have only become increasingly complex with the introduction of the new facilities and the new operational procedures that go along with that. So now they're transferring and admitting patients into and across 3 different facilities as opposed to within just one a few short years ago. And so our recommendations focused on standardization of process, improved documentation, and enhanced reporting to strengthen oversight given the changes that have been implemented recently. Specifically standardizing the inter-facility transfer workflows and implementing improved reporting for more consistent oversight and monitoring. Updating their triage guidance documentation to reflect current practice, fully transitioning to their data analytics platforms, establishing to their new data analytic platforms, establishing key performance indicators for their bed management and interfacility transfers, and implement a more efficient way of identifying the over and back transfers for timely billing review. So those are transfers between the downtown location, the patients there, they need to have a procedure that's performed at the university campus. They're transferred to the university campus, they have that procedure, and then they're transferred back to the downtown location. At Iowa State, we performed a review of the Student Health Center, which plays a big role in the support of student success, retention, and well-being. And we recommended that they provide their billing reports from their outsourced billing provider to their student health leadership for review and analysis. Implement a process to better monitor and enforce training requirements for their staff. Dispose of records within their record retention guidelines. Regularly review and remove access, physical access when appropriate, from student health facilities, including the pharmacy, and regularly perform reviews of access to their systems. And with specifics to access to their systems, we didn't find any inappropriate access at the current time, but without that regular review, you can have access creep and over time end up with inappropriate access. So that was the focus of that recommendation. And our follow-ups, we continue to see good progress on our follow-ups. So management closing action plans, implementing action plans timely, and then us verifying that and following up timely. And that's due to the partnership and coordination and cooperation throughout the follow-up phase with our staff, the clients that we're working with, their leadership, institutional leadership. And so when management implements that action plan, they let us know very quickly. We're able to go in, verify, bring that follow-up memo to you at the next board meeting. And as we have done with the 5 that are in your material today. And those average, similar to April, roughly a month behind schedule, past due. And now over the past 12 months, over the past year, that average has been about 3 months past due when we close them. So it's going in the right direction. It has been as high as 8 months past due when we close follow-ups, and that was in late 2024, so that's a little farther back, but generally the progression is in the right direction. The open follow-ups that are in your materials today, 6 of those are due this month or before. 5 of those are due between February and June of this year, so more recent. Over the past year, the average is that there's 8 that are open that are past due. That was as high as 20 in early 2024, so going back a little bit farther, but so that number's come down quite a bit. And last June, that number was 14. So again, things are moving in the right direction. Those numbers fluctuate, but in the right direction overall. And with our audit plan progress, so we are sitting right now, 88% of our projects that were on the plan are in progress or complete. Last year, we finished at 82%. And prior to that, in fiscal ’24 was roughly 70%. So we've continued to make strides in that area. Still room for improvement. And there's a number of staff that are wrapping up projects, getting ready to start some additional projects. And so I anticipate that number could be slightly higher here before we end the fiscal year. And you heard an update on the North Liberty Hospital earlier. So I just heard from Baker Tilly late last week that they had received the final payment application. They're reviewing that and anticipate that they should be able to present their final report in September. And we'll keep you posted on that progress. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Go ahead. Yes.
So Chad, they had one red item on audit follow-up from that Office of Civil Rights audit from 2024. Are we gonna close that out?
So that one, that's the one that wasn't, is due farther, was not due between February and, that's the exception.
It's due June 2026,
Yes.
is what it says.
So they have had a leadership change. They did just recently update their policy. That got through the institutional policy review process. And we are actively working with them to wrap those up. I would anticipate that would be closed in September, but
September. Okay.
Point taken that, yeah, it's, I think for everybody involved, it's longer than we would have liked to see.
Just curious.
But they're working on it.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up on that, Regent Jaden? Because that was on my list of questions too. So when you have an internal audit like that, and it's obviously taken significant amount of time to clear it, are there any penalties or what is the process?
I would say there's no penalties other than having it on the docket materials as showing late. We, our process is to escalate when we know that something's going to take longer, or hopefully beforehand, and we'll escalate that through the institutional leadership. This office reports directly to the president at Northern Iowa, and so we've been in conversations with him, and he certainly knows where it's at. It's just taken longer than anyone has.
And so the new director for the program has just come on board, is that
I
correct?
don't think they're on board yet. I think they're still actively searching. The goal is sometime soon here.
Yeah, we will have a new director in place by the, probably within the next 2 months. We've got an interim in place at the moment. Clearly, that has had an impact on getting this one finished up. It also took a reasonable amount of time to get the policy updated. This is a major, major policy that impacts just about everybody on our campus. And it was a change in culture, so it's going to take a little bit longer to get that taken care of. That really wasn't put into the original timeline, how long it might take to move that policy all the way through. So I think we are, as Chad said, in really good shape to have this one finished up by the September meeting.
Any other questions? All right. The committee will receive the internal audit reports issued by general consent. And that's the last agenda item. So the Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned. Thanks, Chad.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to the UIHC, University of Iowa Healthcare Committee. So if we could have our, yes, I think our guests are all here as they're coming. As they're coming, our first item is for approval of the minutes from the April 22nd, 26th meeting. Are there any questions or corrections for the minutes? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Denise Jamison, Vice President for Medical Affairs and Tyrone D. Arts Dean, Carver College of Medicine, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
Great, thank you very much. Good afternoon, it's a pleasure to be with you here today. As usual, I'm joined by Brad Hawes, Chief Executive Officer of our Clinical Enterprise, and Mark Henricks, our Chief Financial Officer. Also with me today is our faculty presenter, Dr. George Richardson, Professor and Chair of the Department of Neurology. Before we turn to today's focus on neurology, I'll briefly highlight an update from our educational programs. We've recently been ranked #1 nationally in physician assistant programs and #2 in physical therapy and rehabilitation, according to U.S. News and World Report. We're also proud that Iowa is among the first states to modernize the physician assistant title to physician associate, and this law goes into effect this July. We're currently working through the process to change our program's name via our accrediting body. I think the title of physician associate better reflects the collaborative roles PAs serve in modern team-based healthcare, including in rural communities. So before we move on, I also want to address a question that came from Regent Lacey at the last meeting about how we manage the growing demand for transfers and specialty care. This is really a question about access. Like other health systems across the Big Ten, we're seeing increased demand as our population grows older and as more people need complex care. Our strategy centers on growing and sustaining a talented and dedicated provider workforce, strengthening collaborations across the state to meet patient needs, and using research, innovation, and modernization to deliver high-quality, patient-centered care. That's my alarm to check to see where we're running in the schedule. So today you'll begin to hear some of the solutions already underway in neurology to expand access and support transfers. Access is a complex, system-wide challenge, and while we won't have time to cover everything today, we appreciate the opportunity to provide context, and we will continue to share more in future presentations. Ultimately, the solutions you'll hear today reflect our broader mission. Through research, education, and clinical care, we serve 3.2 million Iowans across all 99 counties. So with that in mind, today's update focuses on neurology across clinical care, education, and research. Neurology is an example where access matters. Getting the right care at the right time can mean the difference between recovery and long-term disability. So to bring this into perspective, I'll share the story of one patient, Michaela Morrison of Bettendorf. She was leaving for the Rose Bowl in 2016 when she had a major seizure. Since then, Michaela's seizures have gotten progressively worse, even after trying various medications. Right now, she's going through additional monitoring to better understand where the seizures are coming from, and she's hoping to be able to try a more permanent treatment option. UI Healthcare is the only program in the state specialized in providing the level of care that she needs. So just to put this into context, family physicians often play an important role in starting and supporting care. but neurological conditions like seizures can quickly become complex. This is where specialized clinical care becomes critical, as the right diagnosis and treatment approach can help change outcomes. Neurologists bring that level of focus and experience. So today you're going to hear about neurology care and how our neurologists help patients overcome or live with conditions that affect the brain, spine, or nerves. And this slide gives a sense of that scope, from epilepsy to sleep medicine, stroke, and movement disorders. So one example is epilepsy care. Epilepsy is a neurological condition that causes recurring seizures, which are sudden surges of electrical activity in the brain that can affect movement, awareness, or behavior. We are accredited as a Level 4 epilepsy center, the highest designation and the only one in Iowa. This allows patients with complex conditions to receive advanced evaluation and treatment within the state. Another example, sleep disorders. Sleep disorders affect far more than just getting a good night's rest. Conditions like sleep apnea, insomnia, and restless leg syndrome have larger impacts on patients' lives, are associated with higher risks for diabetes, heart attack, and stroke, and can make everyday activities like driving or working less safe. We offer the most comprehensive sleep care program in Iowa and the latest diagnostic technology. This includes sleep studies that can be completed at home, as well as specialized testing in a sleep lab. Patients have access to a full team of specialists across multiple disciplines. That means more accurate diagnosis, coordinated care, and fewer barriers to getting answers without having to leave the state. A stroke is a medical emergency that happens when the brain stops getting the blood and oxygen it needs, and the brain cells can begin dying within minutes. It can mean sudden changes in speech, movement, or vision, and without immediate care, it can lead to permanent disability or even death. Every minute matters. We provide the highest level of stroke care in Iowa. We are the state's only Joint Commission certified comprehensive stroke center and a member of the National Institutes of Health StrokeNet. That means faster treatment, more advanced options, and better chances for survival and recovery. We also reach communities across Iowa through statewide partnerships, prevention education, and awareness efforts. And finally, Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's is a progressive neurological condition that affects how the brain controls movement. It happens when brain cells that produce dopamine gradually degenerate, leading to tremors, stiffness, and slowing over time. This can make everyday activities like walking, speaking, or even dressing more difficult, impacting independence and quality of life. We offer nationally recognized expertise. UI Healthcare is the state's only Parkinson's Foundation Center of Excellence and one of fewer than 50 worldwide. We provide expert diagnosis, second opinions, and access to the newest therapies. I'll now shift to workforce and training. So there is a growing shortage of neurologists across the country, and that shortage is even more pronounced in rural states. Iowa ranks 44th nationally in neurologists per capita. This shortage directly affects access, particularly in rural areas. At the University of Iowa, we have the only neurology residency program in the state, making it a critical pipeline for Iowa's neurology workforce. In fact, 45% of neurologists in Iowa graduated from a University of Iowa program. Right now, there are 46 total resident physicians in our neurology training programs. This is one of them, Dr. Trey Dewitt, a native of Bondurant. He graduated from the Carver College of Medicine, and he was excited to stay in Iowa for residency training. He was drawn by both the program's reputation and the opportunities in Iowa. We also train physician scientists through our Medical Scientist Training Program, or MSTP. These students are trained as physician scientists, combining patient care with cutting-edge research. Students can earn both an MD and a PhD. This is one of those physician scientists. This is Dr. Frida Terran Garza. Through our MSTP program, she completed both her MD and PhD degrees, combining patient care with neuroscience research. She is now continuing her training as part of her neurology residency here, focusing on epilepsy and seizures. This work in education is closely tied to our research efforts. Dr. George Richardson, our faculty presenter, who you'll hear from in just a minute, is well suited to cover our research efforts, so I'm going to quickly turn it over to him. He is a physician scientist who started his research career in the MST program here and is a nationally recognized leader for research and mentorship, and he continues to shape the future of neuroscience. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Richardson, and then he will turn it over to Brad Hawes for our operational update, and then he will turn it over to Mark Henricks for our financial update. So Dr. Richardson.
Denise, can I ask a question before you?
Yes, of course.
So really interesting chart about neurologists. I assume this is like nursing, a national issue, right? We can't educate and train enough. So I think about this from a state perspective. What do we need to do from I'm gonna put you on the spot here, a legislative perspective to help address the needs that are gonna be critical in this area for the state?
So we both need to retain people who are here and get young people excited in medicine, and then educate and train them and keep them here. And we also are never going to be able to train all the physicians, all the types of physicians that we need in the state. And so we're also going to have to recruit physicians from other areas and create new Iowans to live and work here, because we do not have the capacity to train every subspecialty that we need as an academic medical center to provide the full scope here. So we need to create a culture and a climate here where physicians want to come here compared to other states, and that can be done in all sorts of ways.
And I don't expect you really to know these numbers off the top of your head, but you could get back to us. But like, what kind of numbers are we talking about? So what moves the needle? If we had X number of more graduates pursuing neurology, what's that number that we need to kind of move the needle?
For neurology, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Richardson. Do you know, George?
I think we probably need to have maybe 3 times as many people entering the workforce than what we currently have. And I have trouble competing with some of the other places across the country, including places that you would think would be very similar, Midwestern, Big Ten schools, for example. And the things that attract neurologists to an institution are the ability to have support to take care of their patients, a patient population that's sufficient, which ours is very sufficient, and the ability to do something else with their career that they feel is important. So that could be teaching, it could be research, or it could be national goals at improving the subspecialty of neurology. So just, and salaries are a big part of it. I've actually done pretty well in recruiting people, and lately it's been better because I've been able to push the salaries up a little bit, but we still have a ways to go. So I should introduce myself. Thank you very much for having me. I grew up in Iowa, and so did my wife, and I went to college at Iowa State, majored in aerospace engineering, worked for NASA for a couple of years, and then decided to do an MD PhD because I became interested in science. And I joined the MD PhD program here at the University of Iowa. And when I graduated, I went to Yale for my training and stayed there for 19 years on the faculty, and then was recruited back here to be the chair of neurology, which was, to me, it was a real good opportunity because there was an interest in growing the neurology department and the neurologists in the state. So I I became interested in my research in studying the control of breathing and how that relates to sudden infant death syndrome. And I worked on that during my early career, and then I realized that what I was studying in patients that died of sudden infant death syndrome was very similar to what happens in patients who have epilepsy and then who die after a seizure, and that's called sudden unexpected death in epilepsy. And each year, at any point in time, about 1% of Iowans have epilepsy, but over the lifespan, people develop it and then they outgrow it, or they develop it later in life. So 4% of Iowans at some time in their life will have epilepsy. And that can sometimes be fatal, and at least 2,000 people in the U.S. die from SUDEP every year. And you may recognize these two individuals. Florence Joyner was an Olympic athlete who died in her sleep from a seizure. And Cameron Boyce was a famous movie star on Disney movies who died in his sleep as well. He only had 4 seizures in his life, and then his 5th one killed him. And so this illustrates how SUDEP doesn't kill people who are incapacitated in nursing homes. These are normal, healthy people who happen to have epilepsy and die from that. So I became interested in this, and when I came to Iowa, there was nobody who did epilepsy, who did SUDEP research, and I was able to recruit all these people to be part of the program. That study is now a world's center for SUDEP research, and many of these people are PIs or faculty members. We have 10 faculty members, and the rest are trainees, and we've been able to obtain $18.5 million in NIH funds to do this work. Each of these people has their own story, some of them with seizures themselves, and many of them MD PhDs. When I started in this field, it was thought that SUDEP was very rare, but it's really not. It's the leading cause of death in patients with epilepsy. And it was at the time that I started, everybody was convinced that it was because of cardiac arrhythmias or the heart stopping after a seizure. And largely from work that was done here at Iowa, it's now realized that most cases are due to respiratory arrest, so that breathing stops after the seizure. And it's a very different cause of death, and you can imagine that if you think it's the cardiac cause, that a pacemaker might make sense. But a pacemaker is not going to help you if your reason for dying is because you stop breathing. So that was a really important result. It was also thought that there was nothing you could do about this, and so other than just preventing seizures, we now know that there's actually things you can do that we're actually testing here. It was also common for physicians to not tell patients, it still is common for physicians to not tell patients about their risk. We would never do that in a disease like cancer, to say, oh, well, we're not going to tell you what your risk of dying is. You know, it's normal for a physician to teach their patients what they have and that they need to think about and what they can do to prevent that. And I'm part of a group that runs the meeting every year on SUDEP, and Libby Boyce, Cameron Boyce's mother, comes to it regularly, and she among many other people are very angry that their physician did not tell them that there was a risk of dying from SUDEP. So that is something that's really changing. We're still not there, but we're making progress. So our our initial goal is to try to understand what SUDEP is. And so part of that is to look at what the risk factors are. It's 17% of deaths, but that increases 27-fold if a person has a generalized convulsive seizure in the last year. And if they live alone and have a convulsive seizure, the risk increases by 67 times. Parenthetically, Cameron Boyce had just moved out of his house a month or two before he died, and probably part of that is his parents weren't around to remind him to take his medication or to be helpful in reducing his risk. So keep in mind that the discoveries, I'm going to get in a little bit into the weeds of what we think causes SUDEP, but in order for you to understand that, you need to know that the lungs are responsible for getting rid of CO2, carbon dioxide, and for picking up O2 or oxygen. And that's what we do, that's the purpose of breathing. And the reason we breathe is really a result of the stimulation of the brain by an increase in carbon dioxide, more than a decrease in O2. And we have shown in my lab that seizures prevent detection of the rise in CO2. And so then the breathing is not stimulated to reduce CO2 and increase O2. And we're doing this with 3 different approaches. One is with clinical research with human patients who volunteer when they come into the hospital for us to be able to do research and understand what happens after a seizure to their breathing. And here's an example of a recording. This was the second recording that we made in a patient, in one of our patients when we first started this program. And just to walk you through it, this is the level, the yellow line is the level of oxygen in the blood. And this individual had a seizure at the bottom arrow there. It started, and shortly afterwards, within a minute or so, their oxygen levels dropped. And we usually think of an oxygen level less than 90% as being pretty severe. And we really become very worried about patients. Here, this patient dropped their oxygen saturation to 30% over a few minute period. And that recovered after the seizure ended. So obviously that is something that is very important and had not been recognized until relatively recently. Another approach that we use is to use animal models, mostly mouse models, to try to understand what is happening during a SUDEP event that we can't test in a human patient. So animal work is really important. We can't study cells. We have to have a whole system with lungs and heart and brain all intact and functioning in order to be able to understand what is the reason for the death. And this is a little complicated, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but what we found with using mice is that when a seizure occurs in the top line there, it leads to breathing stopping in the bottom blue trace, and yet the heart continues to beat for a period of time in the red trace. And those are shown on the right side, blow-ups of different portions of that. And so seizures directly cause breathing to stop, and that is, the reason for that is complicated and something that we're trying to understand in order to prevent it. The third approach that we use is basic science, or studying individual cells from the brain to try to understand why they might do this. And this work goes back to my early days during my MD PhD training. What we found was that if you record from neurons, the way they communicate or the way they work is they have changes in voltage inside of them. And they're little batteries, and they have changes in voltage. And the neuron on the left is under normal quiescent conditions, and then the same neuron on the right is when you expose that neuron to a rise in CO2 or a drop in pH. And these neurons are contain and release serotonin, which is a neurotransmitter, and that was a discovery made in my lab, that these neurons are the ones, or probably the most important ones, for detecting a rise in CO2. And if your job is to detect a rise in CO2, the best place to be, if you're in the brain, is to be near a large blood vessel, and particularly near a large blood vessel that's close to where the blood comes out of the heart and lungs. And so the picture on the left is our red blood, our arteries that contain blood cells, and in the brainstem, that's the vertebral arteries in the middle there. And then the green trace is serotonergic neurons, and the trace the picture on the right is an overlap between those two images. You can see those neurons are right next to this major artery, the largest artery in the brainstem, where they can detect CO2. So many types of seizures cause respiratory arrest. We've shown that. And seizures shut down this carbon dioxide alarm and doesn't detect the rise in CO2. And then that leads to the person dying from not breathing. Now, I told you that I started my career studying SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. And I moved to SUDEP because it's more associated with adult neurology and epilepsy, which is what I do, taking care of patients. But in the last 5 years, it's been discovered that there are many characteristics between SIDS and SUDEP. And in fact, it may turn out, we think at this point, that some cases of SIDS are actually due to SUDEP. So as you might already know, SIDS is the leading cause of death for children, for infants between 1 month and 1 year of age. It's still very common. It's about 1 in 1,000 babies. And the surprising result that has just occurred in the last 5 years is that when kids that die of SIDS are studied to see whether or not they have any mutations of genes, it's found that they have a number of the genes that mutated that cause seizures. And videos of these, of some parents now all have videos in their kids' rooms, and they watch it a lot. And it turned out that when you went back far enough, maybe like 15 minutes before they died, they actually had seizures that had not been detected before, so convulsions. And so we believe now that many of these SIDS infants really had convulsive seizures causing SUDEP, and that really changes the way we approach the care of these kids. What I just told you is still controversial, and it's something that we really need to study to be sure that that's really what's going on, but it looks like that's the case. And we're working on this with the collaborators and other institutions as well. So our next step is to prevent the seizures from causing SUDEP and SIDS. It's going to require education of families. One way to do it is simply to teach people about CPR, and that can actually prevent death if you do it within the first 4 minutes after the seizure occurred. Devices, wearables, are helpful in warning when a person has had a seizure and when breathing is decreased. And in my lab, we're working on medication that would stimulate breathing through stimulation of these serotonergic neurons. So that's a whirlwind tour of the research we're doing. And I should just say that there's no way I could do the research without the kind of training that I got through the MSTP program to take care of patients and to do research. So.
Well, thank you very much. It's very interesting. Who has questions? Nancy?
Would you say that the numbers are growing in epilepsy, Parkinson's, or is it stable?
In Iowa, it's growing, and the reason is that the Iowa population is becoming older. And most of the diseases that we take care of in neurology are more common in older people. So.
Parkinson's I get, but epilepsy too?
Yeah, there's a lot of kids with mutations that cause epilepsy that they outgrow, but the larger number of patients that have seizures are older people who develop it because of a brain tumor or a stroke or trauma or some other cause that occurs more often in older people.
Yeah, Regent Jaden?
Yeah, outstanding. Who, as you think about peer group across the country, who else is top of, I mean, would be near, or you, when you collaborate with other universities or medical systems?
Yeah, so the NIH put out a call for research grants from throughout the country to form what's called a Center Without Walls on SUDEP research, and we competed for it, and we were one of 7 places that got it. And and it was a collaboration, so people that were part of that collaboration included people at Michigan, at Harvard, at Northwestern, and Yale, which was where I came from, and those were the main ones. There's a group in London as well, University College London, who was able to get an NIH grant. So, yeah, those. But I should also say that since we started that program, since the NIH started that program, there's been a lot more interest in doing research in this area. So there's now other groups that have jumped in as well.
Yeah, Regent Rouse?
Help me understand, you said the correlation between SIDS and SUDEP is controversial, or did I understand that right? Or help me understand that a little bit.
Yeah, so scientists are often slow to accept new theories. And to me, it's pretty obvious that there's something going on there. The numbers of like 25% of the kids that died have mutations of epilepsy genes. And the videos, it was 7 out of 8 kids in the first study that had convulsions before they died. And so to me, it's a no-brainer. But there are people who have committed their lives to their careers to studying other causes, and they're less likely to accept a new possibility like this because it may mean that they would have to go back to the drawing board. I mean, that's my take on it, but it's also very possible that this is heterogeneous and that there's some cases that are due to seizures and some that are due to other causes, so. Yeah.
Any other questions? I did have one. So those solutions kind of did pop in my mind too, that one, detection devices, but you mentioned CPR. I'm picturing, does having a device, a portable oxygen thing help any, or is it because the brain is telling it doesn't need it, that sticking oxygen on someone, would that help or not?
No, because the problem is that you're not taking air in and out of the lungs, and if you don't do that, then you can have as much oxygen available as you want, and it's not going to solve the problem. So there needs to be a way to get the lungs to move air in and out. And that can be CPR, it can also be just chest compressions. It could also be a diaphragmatic pacer, so stimulate the diaphragm to cause it to contract. I'm recruiting a new faculty member who will come in a couple months. I think he's going to accept the position, who's studying diaphragmatic pacers in animals.
Interesting. And then medicines here, doing some research into medicines that could stimulate that brain to tell it it needs oxygen?
Yeah, so we're doing experiments to define the reason why serotonin neurons increase their firing rate in response to CO2. And what we've discovered is there's an ion channel that's really not been described in other neurons that is inhibited by acid or pH or protons. And when that happens, then the neurons increase their firing rate. And we know that there's a drug, capsaicin, that will cause that channel to close, and then that results in the neuron firing more. So we need an analog for that that's going to be absorbed by oral intake, and it doesn't get degraded too quickly. So that's where we're headed.
Yeah, good. That's very interesting. But it also sounds we really need to do a educational campaign for people to understand. If you see someone in a seizure, you should be prepared to start doing compressions, right away.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of families now that really get that, but the physicians are slower to accept that that's, because they weren't taught that, and that it is not quite to the point where everybody is accepting it. But like Libby Boyce she's really gets very upset when people don't counsel their patients that this is a risk. And CPR really does work. There was a study that showed that if you were able to do CPR within 4 minutes of the seizure, then none of the patients died. And so.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else for him? Well, thank you for presenting. Yeah, we'll go ahead and hand over to Bren.
All right, so you can see how fortunate we are to have faculty like as presented here, and how it's great for the benefit of the state of Iowa as we move forward. I think it's a place where we bring together not only the expert and groundbreaking research, but then we also can translate it into the care that we provide as a statewide leader in what we do. This is a map of, we see patients from all over the state. You can see the one on the bottom left that's white. That's the only state where we have not, or excuse me, the only county where we have not treated somebody with neurology. And you can see the relative color scale. It tends to be still focused around eastern Iowa around us. But I think if we had time to talk about it, Dr. Richardson would tell us about increasing numbers of calls that come from hospitals all over the state where they have not been able to have neurologists on staff to provide the care, whether it's in the emergency room or in clinics, in the way that they do that. And so we're trying our best to grow and make that function, but we can't provide the needs from all over the state. You can see here the average wait time is still too long. More than 100 days from a referral to actually getting an appointment. We have grown our service significantly at the university, both through the recruitment of faculty. Dr. Richardson's been great in terms of his recruitment efforts, but we've also used, as Dr. Jameson mentioned earlier, advanced practice providers in supplementing the care, and they're overseen by physicians in the way that we do that. But it's still far too long in getting an appointment. One story that we hear anecdotally sometimes, our neurologists that might be on call on a given night or on a given weekend, they'll get a call from a hospital and we'll say, well, why are you calling us? Because we're not really part of your care rotation or your call rotation. And sometimes they'll say, well, but there's a sticky on the computer in our emergency room that says call this number. And it's the university neurology department. And it's because some of those rural facilities have not been able to attract neurologists to provide the care. And you can imagine how they feel when a stroke patient shows up in the emergency room and they don't know what to do with that. And through the grace of our faculty and others, they provide a lot of what we call curbside consults in that regard, not paid for that effort. And it ends up being a very busy night or weekend. And we're happy to do that at some level, but at some level it gets beyond kind of the appropriate scale in what we do. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the different services that Dr. Jameson mentioned. I'm going to talk about sleep, and I'm going to talk about stroke and a little bit about Parkinson's disease and some of the things that we're doing in each one of those disciplines. And so we are co-locating all of our sleep studies in a clinic or a service off of Heartland Drive. And so when you look at sleep, that can be a clinic. It also can be what we call a sleep lab, where the patients actually go to sleep and they're connected and monitored overnight. It also includes a store where you might buy what we call durable medical equipment, but a CPAP machine or other things like that. And having all of those things co-located very close to the highway is a great step forward for our patients. And it's not only for adults, but it's also for children. And so we have historically within our system had those things disparate, sometimes at IRL, sometimes at the downtown campus. We're going to co-locate those, and that will be opening very soon. And we think it's a dramatic improvement in the access to sleep studies. It'll eventually have 10 beds, but with space to grow. And we're really looking at that as a way to increase the access to people who need sleep studies. You may or may not be aware, but often surgical patients need a sleep study before they actually have their surgery, because it presents a danger if they're not, and especially if they're a little bit heavy, they might have sleep apnea, that can impact their recovery significantly. And so more and more sleep studies are being expected and ordered and covered. And so we're really we're thrilled with this effort. So all three of those things are really important. One of our faculty members in otolaryngology, you may have seen a commercial on TV for a device called Aspire. It's actually a device that it's an implant in your tongue. It's pushed, that it hardens your tongue essentially so it doesn't fall back into your airway. That's another thing that's it's a function of our sleep study, but actually it's a service provided in otolaryngology. And so there's lots of advances in the care. As Dr. Jameson mentioned earlier, poor sleep then has a higher likelihood of stroke. It has a higher likelihood of arrhythmia and other diseases. So it's a very important thing that we do here. You can see the growing demand for sleep studies here in the state, and I think it's really important that we're able to keep up with this as much as possible. Okay. Stroke care obviously is very important as we move forward. We are the only Joint Commission certified comprehensive stroke center in the state. We actually just a few weeks ago had a review that came in, and they look at our program and the quality outcomes and the operational details that we have. We're very proud of our stroke center and think that it provides wonderful care. It is something, as Dr. Jameson mentioned earlier, I think the phrase she used was minutes matter. Sometimes people call that the golden hour, that you essentially have 60 minutes from the kind of onset of a stroke to actually preserve brain function and those kinds of things. And so accessing stroke care, especially if you're in a rural community or you're picked up by an ambulance far away, that is a very important thing. We're trying to do things through telemedicine and other ways to help those centers even have a video screen that you can hear and see the facial expressions of a patient. But we are trying our best to provide comprehensive stroke care as we can. Our NICU, or we call it the SNICU, so the neuro ICU here is one of the largest in the state, and it provides care of over 2,500 patients a year, and it's very, very highly coordinated with people across our medical campus. You can see here the growing number of stroke consult signals that are needed. It's a significant growth. I think as we age, I think as we get a little bit less healthy, stroke becomes a more common occurrence. And these are the calls that have come to our neurologist. Some of those, again, as they're part of the call rotation, some not. Something that I think as a state, it's something that we probably need to focus on and work towards. When the stroke consults come and they can't be treated at a local facility, they get transferred to us. We provide life-saving care often in these environments. A term for a common procedure in stroke would be a thrombectomy. That's where they actually will slice open the artery or the vein and remove the blood clot that's impeding the blood flow to the brain. Very complicated surgery. In many cases, it can be accessed in different ways, but that's something that requires a team to do, and we have a team ready to handle those kinds of things. Following a stroke, a lot of care becomes important. So do you have PT and OT and the recovery services for a patient so that they can return to a more normal life? We have the joint venture here in Coralville with the rehab center where a lot of these patients go for, it's essentially acute rehab it's called, which means 3 hours a day. When they're in that facility, they have to be involved in rehabilitation activities and exercises. And it's a way that we provide that service. That used to be done in our main hospital. That facility has 40 beds. Those patients are now getting better care there, which has created capacity in our university hospital to take other kinds of patients. So, movement disorders, Parkinson's is one of those. You heard a little bit of the discussion about how it's growing. We are one of fewer than 50 Parkinson's centers of excellence worldwide, and so we're also very proud of the care that we provide in this advanced and growing discipline as we move forward. So there's also a growing area of research that some of our services are interested in called high-intensity focused ultrasound. Our chair of neurosurgery is looking at that as a focused area of research that has been a way to handle Parkinson's diseases going forward. And so we're very proud of the level of care and the innovations that we have going forward. So again, the wait time's too long to get into for care as people need this. It has improved significantly, 217 down to 144 days. But I don't think we want to pat ourselves on the back or spike the football when the wait is that long, because it's too long for people to get care. So we are modernizing our clinics here. You can see on the right kind of the olders within the 70s motif and some of the updated clinic space that we provide for our patients. I think I have a library of emails from Dr. Richardson asking me to update his clinic space, and we've done that in stages, but I think it's much more modern, and we're very proud of the service and the expanded capacity that it's provided as we go forward. So I will cut it there, the operational side, but really important to take the things that Dr. Richardson and people like him discover and then translating that into actual care.
All right, shifting to the financial performance. Broadly, when we look at year-to-date, this is year-to-date through April, kind of the overall message is we've seen volume mix versus budget, but higher than prior year, and we're seeing case complexity rising. Beyond that, we're seeing some changing in payer mix cost pressures that are somewhat limiting financial performance versus budget. If we look at the key volumes at the top left, discharges of surgical cases are running below plan year-to-date, but partially that's kind of an element of the complex cases we're seeing. So while inpatient discharges are below budget, patient days, given the complexity, are staying longer, and you can see that's closer to budget overall. Surgeries 3% under budget, but if we looked at surgical minutes overall, surgical minutes are basically at budget. And then overall, clinic visits are running over 8.5% above prior year. Part of the element, I'll talk a little bit as we go, on the inpatient discharges, we're seeing higher acuity. Also, we set goals at the beginning of the year of some length of stay reductions as we looked at our actual length of stay in a number of cases, our DRGs versus what the expected were, and we set goals on kind of some reduction in refinement and management of length of stay. As we got through November of the year, we weren't seeing that impact we were expecting in the budget, and that put us behind budget a little bit, given the higher length of stay than expected in the budget. At that point, the institution doubled down on working with more physician engagement on this length of stay initiative, working on better data sets that help inform the physicians of patient movement. Additionally, we also got an arrangement with a post-acute care provider to take more of our patients when they're beyond
need for acute care, but still needed some level of care. And so we found placement options that work better for that as well. So what we've seen in April and May, the good news is kind of, although we started and we've been behind budget on that length of stay initiative, April met our goal and May's looking very, very good as well. So we're seeing progress with that overall. Case mix, obviously our case mix is high nationally at 2.35, and we've seen year-over-year increase in acuity via case mix of about 1% increase. The operating margin running behind budget, overall about 4.9% loss versus goal of 3.6, and when you bring direct payment in, about 6.4% operating margin versus the goal of 7.1%. Again, all related to kind of the elements I talked about with the inpatient activity. And then we had some elements of ancillary goals, ancillary outpatient activity around MRI infusions that were running behind budget. The good news there is we've also kind of made traction and are running above budget in the past few months. On the right side, I'll just mention salary expenses. So the unfavorable salary expenses really kind of driven by continued high utilization of agency staffing. But we are seeing some positive recruitment trends in the past months and optimistic as we go into FY27. Recruitment efforts will lessen the reliance on agency staff in coming months and the coming year. Non-salary expense. So non-salary expense is up 3.6% versus budget, but this is directly tied to elements that have a revenue perspective with higher pharmacy capture and some high-cost CAR-T cases that have higher drug costs. So we see the revenue kind of matching the expense growth on the non-salary perspective. So the financial statements, kind of the numbers that go with that story. Basically, if we look at net operating revenue through April, we're at about 3.3 billion. Operating expenses about 3.1. Again, we always show the perspective of when we get to margin, kind of what it is with and without directed payment, because the focus of the directed payments ultimately is kind of help us invest in capital expansion that's needed. But basically where we're landing then is before directed payments, a loss of 142 million, and with directed payments, an operating margin of 212 million, or about 6.4%.
So if you go back to that last slide for just a minute, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt.
No worries.
So the shortfalls, I presume, between April and June 30th don't turn around. So I'm guessing you're sort of where you are for year end, maybe a little bit better, because it has gotten a little bit better.
Yes.
As you showed us the numbers throughout the year. Does this create cash flow difficulties or dealing with your debt, or how do you?
So what it creates is basically, like I mentioned, the directed payment element and the need for capital for aging facilities and expansion. So what it really creates in the short term is that we have to continue to look at cutting capital plans, because in total, we're not in a loss position, but all these elements, this year's financials, next year's financials, are all part of a 5- and 10-year plan and needed investments in capital, in faculty, et cetera.
Yeah, so it has to do with the ability to invest for the future, because
correct,
there's 37 million less than
exactly
you might have hoped for or planned for.
Exactly.
Is that the way to think
Yep.
about it?
Yep.
All right.
And so
Thank
then
you.
we look at how much of that can we make up in the coming years, but it puts us behind in our 10-year plan.
Over that long-term
Yes.
plan. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So kind of broadly, we also use key metrics from our 2 rating agencies, Moody's and Standard & Poor's. We typically report the Moody's medians here for our peer group to kind of see these broad levels, how we're doing. So if we look at February and April, you can see from an operating margin perspective, we were at 4.1% in February, at 5.4% in April. So again, that second half of the year, we're making some progress as far as the overall profitability and margin impact. If we look at that versus Moody's medians, that's ahead of Moody's medians, which are 3.5%. If we look at our days cash on hand or liquidity, in February, we had 196 days cash on hand. We made progress to grow that to 203. Typically, our days cash tends to be behind Moody's medians to some extent. We can see Moody's medians overall at 256. And then our debt to cap is pretty similar to our leverage perspective versus other facilities, pretty
pretty similar, 20% versus 22% for the group. Oops, sorry. So one of the elements I wanted to talk about today is for consideration by the committee for approval, we are proposing a 6% charge master increase for FY26. The process of determining the charge master increase, so we do detailed reviews of all the charge items in detail, looking at internal costs, looking at external benchmarks in that rate setting. We also look at kind of payer perspectives and how those elements are reimbursed by different payers. Ultimately, the charge master increase is important for a number of things. It does help kind of set perspective contractual rates for some payers, but also some payers have within terms of the contracts elements that are completely paid on percentage charges. So if we don't have a charge master increase, we don't see any rate increase to kind of deal with cost increases. So that's kind of at a detailed perspective. At a high level perspective, what we focus on is benchmarking to kind of look at, are we kind of at median, market medians with our charge master overall rates. So we continue to be at kind of the median rate compared to other AMCs. The other factor we look at is payer contracts. So some payer contracts have limits on charge master increase, and we have contracts that have a 6% increase. So there wouldn't be any payer impact of doing a charge master increase higher than 6%. The other element we think about when we're looking at a charge master increase is what is the patient impact and protections. And so we have a very aggressive and comprehensive charity care policy where patients are protected if they're uninsured or self-pay from charge master elements. And basically what we do is we start at a level of 350% over the federal poverty limit, and there's a discount of 70%, and then there's a kind of a tiered scale that goes down to all the way down to, if you're 200% above federal poverty limit, 100% of the charges are written off completely. So that's the kind of continuing on. The charge master element and the margin, this whole conversation, why are we so focused on kind of what budget is and the importance of meeting budget? Our margin is key to kind of advancing the missions, all the investments we've talked about earlier in this meeting around clinical care, research, education, and training. There's not any element of, from the clinical enterprise, we don't receive any state appropriations, so the operating margins are key to kind of investing on our future and key components. And the average overall capital investments of the facility are in the $400 to $500 million range overall. So it's important that we have the margin to kind of reinvest in these key elements. Kind of in closing, so to talk about some of the elements around neurology, an example that Brad mentioned, as we renovated our neurology clinic was completed. That modernization, the outpatient area was key. That redesigned space improved accessibility for wheelchair patients and those kind of things with various neurological conditions. And it also increased patient capacity. So it's key that these investments continue to provide the highest level of patient care and continue to invest in expanding access in these key clinical programs. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Regent Dunkel?
Mark, how did you grow clinical visits so much? Is it referrals, or you have new patients coming in?
Some of that includes like the mission investment, and so that the mission cancer and blood is a big part of that. If you took that out, we're probably at 4.5%, so still real strong growth, but that's part of why it was that high.
All right, anyone else? All right, well, thank you, Mark, and thanks for highlighting the proposed change master rate increase in your presentation. We need a motion and a second to approve that 6% rate increase for fiscal year 27.
I'll make the motion.
Moved by Dunkel.
Second.
Second by Lacey. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote. So, Regent County.
Aye.
Regent Dunkel.
Yes.
Regent Gipple.
Yes.
Regent Hensley.
Yes.
Regent Lacey.
Yes.
Regent Rouse.
Yes.
Regent Jaden.
Yes.
And Regent Kramer votes yes. The motion is approved. So thank you for that, and thank you for your whole presentation. So appreciate it, UIHC team. The committee will receive the UIH Healthcare presentation, and this concludes the business of the UI Healthcare Committee. And the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you. I think we can. At this time, we will have public comment before the board for us to listen. The board recognizes that the opportunity for expression of public views on issues that come before the board is important, and each presenter is limited to 3 minutes of time. And we will now open the microphone for the first presenter. So please come forward when your name is called.
Sound check, sound check. Clara Rainin. Clara Rainin.
Okay, hello, my name is Clara Reinen, and I am recently an alumni. In April, I spoke about my experience attending the December symposium for the Center for Intellectual Freedom, which I'll just be calling the Center for the rest of my comment. Today, I'd like to talk about my thoughts regarding the current state of the Center. In the spirit of honesty and transparency, I have reflected a lot on Professor Hope Metcalf's statement from the last meeting, and it's inspired me to reframe some of my thoughts on the Center. That being said, I still don't think it's necessary. That's because when faculty and staff are supported in their workplace, intellectual freedom is fostered in every classroom. Some of the most challenging, fruitful, and interesting conversations I had were in a class with the, at the time, university's Turning Point USA president. And that was because our professor did a great job of facilitating those discussions. They weren't teaching us what to think, but how to. And in all of the Regents meetings, I don't hear you talk about student success. I hear you talk about the center's success. Regent Hensley, you said in the meeting earlier this month that you believe the center can be successful because you have a can-do attitude. We have that in common. I've come up with some suggestions that I think can help the center and students be successful. So number one would be form a new advisory board with a more transparent application and appointment process. You can't think about the center like a business. You have to think about it like educators. Number two, in Calvin Hall, you could have some sort of like free coffee lounge. I know y'all are really focused on picking the fall speaker lineup, and I'd love to help you. I'm a leftist, I'm anti-capitalist, and I sat in the old Capitol building and had great conversations with a lot of folks on the advisory committee. You need to be offering diverse viewpoints like you want to, not just one side. And finally, number three, civics courses are not inherently bad. Adding to the core curriculum is also not inherently bad. But looking at the syllabi for the current courses makes me skeptical. The Spring American Culture and Values course included a lecture titled Why Capitalism Rocks, which would include learning that, quote, the reason why capitalism generally makes humans better people, and discussions about, quote, the inherent inferior structural dynamics of the dominant competing economic models, such as authoritarianism, Marxism, fascism, and communism according to variants of large state control. There's no lectures about opposing viewpoints, no discussion about the critiques of capitalism. That's not civics, that's not facts, that's propaganda. And Regents, with all the irony I can muster, if you want to talk about authoritarianism and state control, I think the call is coming from inside the House. Lastly, if these classes are required curriculum, it sounds like you're going to need teaching assistants, and the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences just cut approximately 80 TA positions. So my suggestion is talk to the union, pay all of your graduate TAs an actual living wage, end the fees, protect international students, and you will not only have a successful Center for Intellectual Freedom, but a successful university, one with a reputation that isn't suffering. I was at the Labor Notes Conference in Chicago this weekend, meeting with 4,700 other union members and staffers, and it was the first time in my entire life that when I told somebody I went to the University of Iowa and received 4 degrees from this institution, they were skeptical. And it's because of the Center for Intellectual Freedom. This university's reputation is suffering in a way that I cannot adequately describe to you. I think genuinely it's making it harder for graduates to get jobs. This university is notorious now, and not for the right reasons. I have not heard this much negative stuff to say about the institution itself in a very long time. Thank you.
Quentin Bryant. Quentin Bryant. Quentin Bryant.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I'm here on behalf of AFSCME, Council 61. We have Local 12 at the University of Iowa. And I just want to talk to you guys about the culture in the workplace, some of the issues that we're seeing. Culture is starting to kind of implode on us a little bit, if you will. We've got more and more manager versus employee, driving out good employees, and just kind of the way they're treated. You know, I know multiple people that have 2 jobs just to make ends meet, and then they're working sick, they're working fatigued, they're working, you know, to make ends meet, doing what they have to do. So I guess my plea to you guys is to focus on the culture in the workplace and make it that destination employer that I grew up knowing it to be. My dad was an electrician there. He just retired after 35 years. My mom's been working there since she was 18. She's got 47 years in. I worked there for a while. I had to make the financial decision, unfortunately, to leave the university because wages became stagnant starting in 2017. So I know a lot of that is out of your guys' hands, but I just want to, again, make my plea to focus on the culture and to make the university a destination employer once again. Thank you.
Ashley Maimpa.
Hi, my name is Ashley Mampa, and I'm a history PhD student and teaching assistant, as well as a member of UECOG's Local 896. Having listened to the most recent Center for Intellectual Freedom Advisory Board meeting, I would like to address the goal expressed by Regent Hensley on how to improve intellectual freedom on this campus. I come to this position as someone who teaches the American History Survey, and I am also someone who was raised within the tradition of conservative classical liberalism. Though I'm not personally on the political right, I still value that intellectual tradition's commitment to the democratic free exchange of ideas, and I carry that commitment in my classroom. I teach my students how to make a good historical argument, not what to argue. I sit down with conservative and liberal students alike, and I tell them how to make their arguments stronger, as well as how to make meaningful counter-arguments and avoid blind partisanship. That is my job, and I'm happy to do it. I followed the Center closely, as well as efforts to create a direly needed civics gen ed at the university. Despite a whole lot of lip service about intellectual freedom, the basic structure of the Center, its activities, and the actions of the Board of Regents don't give me any confidence in your commitment to the tradition whose language you have co-opted. How can you talk about intellectual freedom when you were actively shutting down legacy programs like GWIS, the Women's Resource and Action Center, and African American Studies, whose ideas you have expressed open disdain for? In the free marketplace of ideas, which a university is supposed to foster, shouldn't the best ideas win out instead of you weaponizing your institutional power to shut those ideas out? How can you talk about intellectual freedom when you were mandating students to take classes from an institution that was designed by and for a right-wing political project? And no, Regent Hensley, this is not equivalent to a student having a gen ed requirement in a broad content area where they can reasonably choose between several classes and programs according to their interests. How can you talk about free and open exchange when you have made no real effort to meet with the workers who were affected by the Center or with people on this campus like myself who teach American history and civics decisions? For people pushing for intellectual diversity, you seem real unwilling to have hard conversations with people you disagree with. You're never going to build trust with the university without real dialogue. When we as faculty and graduate workers hear about your decisions from the media or from higher up admins and we don't hear from you, we don't have the opportunity to have any real conversation with you. You're not going to build trust with the university when you patronize us faculty and graduate workers as being unequipped to oversee content in our areas of expertise without your benevolent oversight. I encourage you and the advisory board to, at the below bare minimum, to hold some sort of actually open meeting about the subject. Thank you, and I'm willing to talk.
Jack Clisham. Jack Clisham.
Afternoon, Regents. My name is Jack Clisham, and I'm a graduate student and worker at the University of Iowa, and I'm also a member of UE Local 896 COGS. I'm speaking today to emphasize the major and increasingly existential problem of life inaffordability which the graduate workers of U Iowa are facing and which you have the ability to fix. I will start by addressing the salary paid to graduate workers, which is completely insufficient to live off of. As of July 1st of this year, a little over 2 weeks from today, the minimum salary for an academic year appointment will be $23,306. According to the MIT Living Wage Calculator, the living wage of Iowa City for a single person with no children is $44,179. This puts the university payments at about 53% of the living wage, or just over half. Graduate workers also need to pay exorbitant fees just to be employed at the University of Iowa. It's important to note that this idea does not capture the additional expenses necessary of workers with families or children. It also doesn't include the additional expenses forced on international workers whose fees have just recently been doubled. This culminates in an employment situation that is infeasible for anyone to support themselves and that is unacceptable for those who do foundational work which the university is built upon. The direct impact of this disparity can be seen in the significant increase in usage of the Iowa Food Pantry, a service which provides free, nutritious food and basic necessities for many members of the community, including graduate students and workers. According to the pantry's own data, the number of students that utilized the pantry last year was a 40% increase from the prior year, which was almost double the year prior to that. Similar trends can be seen in the numbers of the Hawkeye Meal Share program, which aims to provide nutritious meals to students facing food insecurity or emergency situations. The number of requests has skyrocketed in recent years. The number of requests from 2023 to 2024 nearly tripled, and 2024 to 2025 saw an increase of nearly 20%. This is a frightening trend which clearly demonstrates the number of grad students and workers facing emergency situations and food insecurity. And I'm going to finish by returning to something I mentioned at the start of this comment, that those who have the most power to improve these inadequate living and working conditions are you. You can increase the graduate worker salary to one that is livable and aligns with the economic reality of Iowa City, and you can remove the fees that are putting arbitrary and absurd barriers in front of employees at the university who are trying to contribute and do their jobs. I hope that you make the right decision. Thank you for your time.
Andy Minot. Andy Minot.
Hi, my name is Andy Minot, and I'm the Vice President of UE Local 896 COGS, and I'm also a research assistant going into my third year of the Physics PhD program here at the university. I have no intention of staying in the state of Iowa after I graduate, and most other graduate students I know feel the same. UI-educated individuals choosing not to remain in Iowa can be credited to hostile state politics and due to the fact that Iowa's average wages are significantly lower than neighboring Midwestern states. But before even graduating, UI graduate students are subjected to hostile policies within the institution itself. The College of Liberal Arts and Sciences has cut 10% of available TA positions for the upcoming fall. This now puts strain on current TAs who will have to teach multiple appointments with larger class sizes. Some departments have tried to fill graduate TA positions with undergraduates. This inevitably will cause the quality of undergraduate education to suffer. Graduate workers are burdened with salary increases that don't even match the inflation rate. Since 2020, UI grad workers' inflation-adjusted wages have experienced a 10% drop. And that's on top of increasing graduate student fees. For international graduate students, fees have recently been increased, and the incoming fall semester fees will now constitute 27% of their first paycheck. In competition terms, UI is falling way behind. The University of Minnesota has their international graduate student fees at roughly half of the University of Iowa's. In fact, nearby rival R1 schools like Minnesota, UChicago, and UIC all have sections in their contracts outlining international student rights, along with other topics such as paid time off, inclusive work environments, and health and safety. At the University of Iowa, these are all legally permissible topics to bargain over. However, for nearly a decade, the Board of Regents has refused to. Graduate worker rights benefits have eroded over time, and it's clear the board isn't even pretending to care. The Physics and Astronomy Department annual climate survey showed that compared to last year, 1, graduate students feel less supported by administration, and 2, more graduate students would not have chosen to come to the UI for graduate school. And through conversations with graduate students in other departments, it's clear that both of these sentiments are not uncommon. You, the Board of Regents, should give us an actual salary raise that is above the inflation rate and reflects the growing workload caused by TA line cuts. You should abolish graduate student fees and bargain with us on permissible topics besides just wages. Keeping the people that your policies affect the most literally at a distance is causing a growing sense of disillusionment, and the quality of this university will reflect that.
Hope Metcalf. Hope Metcalf. Is Hope Metcalf here?
Can somebody else give a comment instead if that spot is blank?
Laramie Wall.
There will be extra time at the end. There's no free speech when the Board of Regents are in the room.
Laramie Wall.
First, I want to thank everybody for this opportunity. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. I would like to say I hope you guys are coming to this with open ears and open minds. This is the public you're serving, and I would appreciate it if you'd listen to them. I will also say that while I'm not nearly the age of many of these fine folks here, I did have the opportunity to graduate from the University of Iowa nearly 20 years ago as the first graduate in my family. It was a fantastic opportunity, and I owe it to people just like these 20 years ago. I personally am a nurse at the University of Iowa, and we have some of the same staffing problems, pay issues that some of these folks are having here. I'm seeing my colleagues flee this state, not necessarily even for pay, but just for states' rights. I've had colleagues go north to Minnesota because of some of the political issues we have in the state when they're trying to have children. I think this is problematic, and not to put too fine a point on it, as I work in the cardiovascular intensive care unit, a place I hope to never see any of you because it can be really scary. And if any of you ever need surgery, I hope it's not one of those weekends where we don't have any staff and we're reliant on travelers and people from abroad that are coming here to try to bail us out because you guys have decided to try to close the barn door after the horse is already out of it. There are still people working here, and I strongly recommend you save the ones we've got before they're gone. Thank you for your time.
Jolene Gales. Jolene Gales.
Hi, my name is Jolene Gales. I am a staff nurse at the university for 7 years. I am a member of SEIU, Minnesota, Iowa, and I'm on the Labor Management Committee. Hands down, when presenting today, I asked my coworkers, what do they want me to present to you? And unanimously, it was staffing. Today, to talk about staffing issues my coworkers are facing, the impact of short staffing. In my 7 years at the UI, we have always been dependent on travelers, but have seen an increase since the COVID-19 pandemic. We have been promised international hires to offset our staffing issues, but time and time again, they have been delayed on arriving. We are asking for your attention and help to help resolve what we are going through. As of late, we have been short nursing staff and supportive nursing roles, and at times no help from supportive nursing roles due to the staffing levels. Our acuity as an institution is up, the ICUs are full, and our healthcare violence via patients and families is on a steady rise. When the ICUs are full, it pushes higher complexity patients to floors that struggle due to not having enough appropriate staffing. This increased safety risks for the patient and the staff. Patients with higher complexities can increase anxiety and stress for themselves and families due to their illness, which then can escalate to verbal and physical altercations. My unit has specifically seen a rise in families being escorted or banned from the hospital due to violence. This impacts the care that we can provide and for patients can receive. My fellow coworkers and I are feeling the nurses burnout and not wanting to help the institution when every day deals with no staff and increased violence. This last week, we had 18 plus staff call-offs in one day, which might be minimal in a institute our size, but when you're already having minimal staff, it impacts greatly. We keep bringing this up, but there has been no resolution besides increasing patient ratios over the set ratios. The strain of all this is staff needing more mental health days for self-care and nurse burnout. This then makes the staffing issues increase with the amount of call-offs. We as nurses want to be here and provide world-class care and continue to be proud of working at the University of Iowa, but we're asking for help before it's too late.
Serena Ahrens.
Good afternoon. My name is Serena Ahrens. I am here as an SEIU member and a healthcare worker at UIHC. I'm here to share concerns about the state of the hospital and the healthcare workers who make it function. I am a speech language pathologist, or SLP, at UIHC. Many people think SLPs simply help people speak clearly. In reality, our primary responsibility is helping patients from infants to adults eat and drink safely, preventing aspiration pneumonia and other serious complications. We also help patients communicate during some of the most difficult moments in their lives. The problem is that there are not enough SLPs to meet the needs of our patients. Our team covers the entire children's hospital, the entire adult hospital, and multiple outpatient clinics. 4 years ago, our departmental chair stated that our team needed to double in size. Instead of adding 8 more SLPs, FTEs, we have received only 0.8 additional FTEs in 4 years. The Children's Hospital alone needs 4 full-time SLPs. Currently, only 1 full-time SLP is dedicated to the pediatrics, supported by a half-time position, and 2 SLPs who split their time between pediatrics and adults. Staffing shortages, one of those SLPs is also our supervisor. Staffing shortages are compounded by compensation challenges. SLPs at other hospitals in Iowa often earn $15 or more an hour than we do while receiving similar benefits and greater support professional development. When staffing is inadequate, employees become overworked. We work longer hours, struggle to keep up with our documentation, and face increasing pressure to do more with less. This is not sustainable for our staff, our patients. Why do we stay? The answer is simply our patients. We stay because we are passionate about helping people recover, communicate, and maintain their quality of life. We stay because we know our work matters. These challenges are not unique to speech-language pathologists. Across UIHC, healthcare workers continue to report staffing shortages and increasing workloads. If you want this hospital to remain a high-quality healthcare system and a source of pride for all Iowans, then please demonstrate that you value the people who provide the care. Do what is right for healthcare professionals who care for our patients and your patients every day. Thank you.
Corey Sickler. Corey Sickler.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Corey Sickler, and I'm a senior cardiac sonographer with the Heart and Vascular Echo Lab. I'm here to voice serious concerns about compensation practices affecting all sonographers at Iowa Healthcare. Concerns are not just about individual pay. These concerns affect the ability to recruit and retain skilled staff, control labor costs, support our training pipeline, and maintain the highest quality care for our patients. Sonographers are facing pay disparities compared with nearby institutions, as well as inconsistencies within our own compensation structure. New grads are starting at higher wages at outside institutions with larger sign-on bonuses. As a result, Iowa Healthcare is at a major disadvantage when trying to recruit the very professionals that we are helping to train. Internally, our current pay structures give greater credit for X-ray experience than for advanced or multiple sonography-specific credentials, even when those credentials are directly supporting our specialized care. I've got an example that illustrates this point. Recently, a sonographer was hired with 8 years of sonography experience. This sonographer had 10 years of X-ray experience previously. This person was hired at a same rate as another sonographer with 18 years of dedicated sonography experience. In my own case, I earned an advanced cardiac sonography credential. This is a highly specialized designation held by only 500 sonographies nationwide, and 2 known in the state of Iowa. Both happen to be here at the University of Iowa. Despite earning this credential and bringing that advanced expertise to our program, my pay did not advance, it didn't change at all. These practices are having real consequences. The U of I has an outstanding sonography training program, but most graduates choose employers outside of the university because of more competitive compensation. This weakens our recruitment pipeline and contributes to experienced staff turnover. This loss is not only felt financially. We also lose continuity, mentorship, efficiency, and the specialized experience that support our colleagues and our patients in other units in the university. To fill these vacancies, we also rely on traveling sonographers. There are 6 in my cardiac unit alone. These travelers cost 2 to 3 times more than retaining staff. Contracts are short, so permanent staff must repeatedly train new travelers, only to restart when those contracts end. In a highly specialized environment such as Iowa Healthcare, most don't have the experience required for the advanced exams we have to perform. This creates additional strain on our permanent staff. It also affects consistency and the quality care of our patients that they receive. I respectfully urge the board to review and correct these compensation practices. A fair and competitive structure should recognize sonography-specific experience, advanced credentialing, and specialized expertise required to support the high-quality care. Addressing this issue would help retain the skilled staff, strengthen our recruitment, reduce reliance on costly temporary labor, and reaffirm Iowa Healthcare's commitment to both its employees and its patients. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Is Hope Metcalf here?
Since Hope is not here, we will give an opportunity for one more person if someone else wants to share who has some new information. Be all right? All right, thanks.
Members of the board, my name is Joe Maxwell, and I'm a recent graduate from the University of Iowa. And my grandpa actually worked for 25 years with the board as a compliance officer, so I have a lot of respect for what you guys are trying to do here. Now, most of us in this room share the same basic hope that students leave this university knowing how to think and not just what to think, which isn't a partisan value, it's a human one that we all share. Now, something I've been pondering a lot recently is it seems that every pair of eyes sees this thing that we call America just a little bit differently. Not because some are wrong, but because where you stand shapes what you see. Like in this room, each of you has a different angle of the same space. Those people in the back see things that you up there just cannot, which isn't a flaw, it's just how perspective works. Now, I like to think about this with my two grandpas back home in Des Moines. I have one that watches Fox News and the other who watches MSNBC. These days, I've been trying more and more to not see one as right and the other as wrong. Rather, I've been trying to see two different people who are really doing their best to understand what it means to live in a right relationship with each other and with God. That capacity to hold multiple perspectives without flattening them into one is what true intellectual freedom is all about. It's not the freedom to arrive at a correct answer, but the freedom to wrestle with the questions our times present. So when I open the syllabus from Facebook and see a class titled American Culture and Values, and I find a lecture titled Why Capitalism Rocks, with an exclamation point, that's not a question. It's an answer. And when only one center is permitted to teach these required courses, we haven't expanded intellectual freedom. We've just changed the direction that it points in. Now, I'm not asking you all to abandon the center or the impulses behind it, but I'm asking you to let it become what it claims to be, a place where contested ideas stay contested and students can bring their full selves. Maybe you guys can change the syllabus from why capitalism rocks to the question, does capitalism rock? The strength of this room that we're all standing in isn't that we all see the same thing. It's that we're all here together with different angles, just trying our best to get it right. That's what a university should be too. Thank you.
President Kramer, that is the last registered speaker we have for the day.
I want to take just a second to thank you all. Thank you all for coming. Thank you to those who spoke. And to all of you who are working for the university or for UIHC, thank you. Thank you. We recognize what you're doing. We recognize it's not easy, and we appreciate it. All right, thank you. This concludes the board's business. So the meeting of the Iowa Board of Regents is adjourned.